Nice. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Okay, we are working, maybe. Oh. Hey Monkey, welcome on in. And also welcome on in Amosi from YouTube. Hope everyone is doing well. So to answer your question, Monkey, about your items that you are selling, maybe Kingpin, who I believe is in Florida. I cannot remember. So yeah. So maybe Kingpin might be interested. Otherwise, there is a big market, I guess, for IRL streaming in the States. So hopefully you are able to sell off your equipment. Yeah, at least within my community, that's probably the only other US-based IRL streamer that doesn't have that type of equipment. When he was in the Philippines, and I think he was in another country as well, he was just using his phone. But from memory, I think he does have a Bellabox encoder. I can't remember which unit. Quite possibly be the Orange Pi 5 Plus. But he doesn't have a camera, so that might be something that he might be interested in. But we shall see once you connect up with him, maybe. Who knows? But yes, welcome on in, everyone. It's certainly been quite a while since I've been last streaming. 18 days ago. Wow. Yeah, that's the last time I streamed. So nothing much has changed. So to be honest, I was just not as motivated to stream. One, there wasn't anything new for me to sort of dive into, and two, I didn't really want to do it, to be honest. But hopefully that is going to change, at least for the current future. Is now that the wet season has almost ended here in Darwin and the dry season is starting, there has been reports of some sightings of some dragonflies. So that is the incoming weather change of the dry season here in Darwin. That means more outdoor events, more things to do. Funny you look through your AI, Jen. You haven't met my Jen. Hey, Corrupt. Welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, so now that the dry season has essentially officially kicked off, more and more outdoor events will be happening. So that means more and more IRL streams, hopefully. So for this week, tomorrow, the opening of the Mindle Beach markets will be on. And normally when the first day of the Mindle Beach markets, they would normally have fireworks. So that might be something to, I guess, show on stream, quite possibly. On the Saturday, there's actually quite a few things happening. I have been engaged to do somewhat of a, not necessarily a live stream. I've been asked to do some videoing on a christening. So, but that will only take an hour and a half. So that's probably, yeah. And then afterwards, I can probably head off to go to see the Latino American Festival here in Darwin. So, Intense, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. No, got to get hit by fireworks. Probably not Corrupt. So these are fireworks. It's a show. It's a fireworks show. So it's going to be handled by professionals, and there'll be a minimum safe distance before the fireworks get lit up. But for those who are not aware, Darwin, specifically Darwin here in the Northern Territory, has a day called Territory Day, which is on the 1st of July. That day specifically allows for members of the public to legally purchase and set off fireworks for that day. You can purchase the fireworks from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but there is a set time frame to let off fireworks. So I believe that is from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. So yeah, last year I was streaming. I got hit in the back of the leg and let off a burnt. Yeah, I got burnt pretty poor, badly. So yeah, slam dunking the baby in water. Yep. Just dunk. Stuck up on fireworks. Apparently, for legal purposes, no one is allowed to do that. So, July 1st is also the busiest day for finger surgeons. No relations. Yeah, the clip. I wonder if I can. Oh, yeah. How do I do stuff again? And yeah, lately I've been pretty much overwhelmed, addicted to just watching other streamers playing the game Rust. For some reason, it's just gotten all my attention. Let me see if I can find it. July 1st. Wound. Oh, here we go. Yep. Can we enlarge that? How do we pop that out? Okay, let's and desktop. No. Oh, okay, I got to change. Give me a second. Hang on. Deadly, welcome on in. I was gonna show a. Oh, here we go. I will just hide me away. Oh, is the. Okay, hang on a minute. I need to fix the audio. How are you, Deadly? How is the process of moving in? Do I connect it to Realtek? That's it. I believe I set that. No. 1, 2. Okay, yep. I think I've got it right. Let me now switch to shit everywhere. Still got a few things to move. Hey, man. You've given yourself 6 weeks, so yeah. It doesn't need to be instant. So yeah, take your time. Browser. Okay, that's what I was looking for. All right, let me just mute the audio. And so this is a clip of me from last year's Territory Day where I suffered an injury from a random firework that was let off by another group down the road. So yeah. Oh, let me undo the audio. The fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. So the fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. 1 2 1 2. So yeah, it that particular wound and the location on the body took so long to heal. I couldn't drive because of where the thigh would sit on the chair. It would just yeah. So for this year, I'll definitely be wearing long jeans and then long sleeve shirts. So yeah. Metal, yeah, maybe. Metal armor, full suit of armor, yeah. There was quite a few people literally holding rubbish bin lids and then the welding mask to just deflect from stray fireworks. I'll show you another clip where it's okay, maybe not on Twitch. It was probably, it was, I can definitely watch it on the YouTube because it saves everything. I'll just go to YouTube Studio, content, live, and then I'll just go and navigate to the July. Got to keep your distance. Nah, if you want good content, you need to be close. It's all about content. June, July. Here we go. There we go. Kez, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. So fireworks during content. Oh, yeah, we could actually do that. Although there are airspace restrictions on where a majority of people will be letting off fireworks, but there might be a few locations where it is safe to fly a drone. But as part of the CASA drone flying checklist, it does state that you are not allowed to fly a drone at night. So I think it might be streaming a drone during a fireworks show might be something new. I have seen footage of a drone in the thick of it, of a fireworks thing. Yeah. Been working on a command line level ABS using source code from ABS. Wow. Okay. I know. CASA. Unless you're going to go rogue, but then if you're live streaming, they're going to trace it back to you. So there has been some cases where just when a fireworks show is just about to begin, they've had to suspend it for about 10 minutes because someone was flying a drone. So they had to literally postpone the show for 10 minutes until that drone was landed safely. So yeah. But I guess once the fireworks show happens, then there's really no reason not to fly the drone into the show. Sets eye roll occasion to Mexico. Yes. And then we all start speaking Spanish. Okay, damn it. I have to learn how to speak Spanish. You have it partially running, but needs more work on the video processing. Oh, okay. Is this all based for Kez's question? Is this all based on having a PC running at home, or is this all sort of through a instance of a virtual PC running on a cloud? But yeah, no, that's interesting. Let's see here. Can I both? Okay, nice. Let's see where I am. So I decided to walk into essentially a hot zone during last year's firework event. Let's see. What the? Oh, look at that. The lighting and the smoke. Yeah. No, that's not where. What? Okay, I don't understand what's happening. You say muted on this. This is the main scene that I've been talking to, with the main front-facing camera. So when I go to here, and then we go to here, then we go to here, you say it's muted, but when you show the clips, the mic dies. Okay. Thank you. It's fine now? Okay. Um, okay, let's see. Ooh, nice. When it stops, it seems to stop as well. Okay. Alright, let's yeah, that was the fireworks. Oh, alright, okay, you know, let's just bang. Welcome on, Cliff, and you'll be back. Bye, Cliff. Alright. Let's see if I change the audio back to this. So now I should be able to be fine, I guess. We shall see. Okay. I've missed a whole bunch of chat, so okay. Yeah, partially running but needs more walking video processing and go for you virtualizing mod instances without the Veta GU, no mic sound, then set up paid subscription service to offer virtual pre-configured. Ooh, it's talking mad shit. Yep, we'll go SRT relay service. You already offer. Could even create a bunch of profiles for OBS so you can quickly change the layout and theme. Ah, yeah. That'd be good. Stop playing clips. Okay. Yes, I think I caught up on chat. It is odd though, because I haven't changed anything since the previous couple of streams, but I have updated OBS. So I am unsure as to why, when in the browser scene, the audio just decides not to work, or I'm muted for some reason. Yet I can still hear. I can still hear the monitoring. The new level mixer is good. OBS audio issues is in the latest versions. Okay, yeah. So that's part of this stream, is to test to see what's broken with the most recent update. Happens with IRL 2 with browser sources. Miss Singo, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I am alive. Okay. All right, at least it's not me panicking and thinking that I've done a boo-boo. It's actually part of the update. So, okay. You barely alive? Yeah. Yeah. In today's economy, yeah. So there is one thing that I want to try and test as well in today's stream. It's like the audio source is short out because it doesn't go off. It sort of makes a weird noise and goes away. Okay. Interesting. The new audio mixer does have me a bit confused because it has now two buttons. One is a speaker icon and one is a headset icon. Now, just toggling between the two, I realized that one is for actual monitoring of the source, and then one is to control the actual output to the stream itself. So, yes, and I do believe both of these sources are set to 2, 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2. 1. That's not it. Okay. Jesus. So, okay. Okay. So right now I have one microphone connected via USB-C into the PC. This is the only microphone that I'm using currently. The other audio sources is playback from the browser, which is being fed into OBS. That's it. There are no other physical hardware microphones that I have. All the camera microphones I've disabled because inbuilt camera microphones are just shit. So this is the only one. God damn. Okay. Shit. So I guess I'm limited to one microphone, maybe? Or one scene. That's gonna be difficult. Thank you. Thank you, Corrupt. Hopefully this is audible as well. Nothing changed. Nothing changed since the last stream except updating OBS. That's it. Okay. All right, let's just fuck. Okay, let's just go on ahead with what I was planning to do. All right. So for okay, let me. Oh my god, why? Okay, let me check this other camera angle. Hopefully it's... No. I have not purchased any new DJI cameras, okay? Or any new DJI devices, okay? Shit. I am poor. I am poor, okay? Although I shouldn't say that. I did buy something that's big. CFB, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So, yeah, okay, that is technically true and not true at the same time. So I did purchase this. This here is the Zowie box. I did purchase this, and I was able to convert the DJI Pocket 3 into a HDMI output signal, and then connected it to a HDMI wireless transmitter. Now, this is the Zowie box from Zowie Tech. What this does is it is a encoder and decoder device. And what I want to try and test today is the ability to convert a DJI Pocket 3, okay? DJI Pocket 3 using this encoder into a NDI signal over Wi-Fi. Now, what I want to try and test as well is, do I have the ability to control the pan, tilt, zoom functionality of the Pocket 3 when sending an NDI signal? I have been able to achieve this using the DJI Pocket 3 outputting via HDMI and then using a phone app to control the pan, tilt, zoom. So I'm able to do that. So this is able to provide me a wireless video signal, at least via HDMI, and using a smartphone connected to the same Wi-Fi network, I was able to control the pan, tilt, and zoom functionality of the DJI Pocket 3. That was a mouthful, and I've missed so much chat. Did someone say no? Yes, that was me. Making the Pocket 3 6 times bigger? Yes, I am. Old news with news. What's the new stuff you bought? Just need a bigger pocket bag sized pocket. I did not say those words, so you do not put those words in my mouth. You're deciding if you buy an Action 4 for 200 from Cashies? Why not? Why not? It's cheap. So much effort for old tech, no good for IRL. Yeah, that is true. This isn't actually designed to be used for IRL. This is actually designed to be used for my live event productions. So when I'm hired to do funerals, weddings, TED Talks format style, I'll be able to utilize this type of configuration to have a remote pan, tilt, zoom camera with HDMI output and the ability to record, at least in 1080p 30. So yes, this is not presented as a IRL type system. This is to provide a wireless PTZ rig without having to use a DJI RS3 Pro gimbal along with a Sony camera and then batteries, as well as a HDMI transmitter. So this is a very small form factor type of rigging for a PTZ camera. Okay, let me read. How much did it cost you to make so you didn't touch the stick to move it? How much did it cost you to make it so you didn't touch the stick to move it? Excluding the DJI Pocket 3 and excluding the HDMI transmitter system, I believe I paid, so the Zowie box unit, I think I paid $200 for at the time when I purchased it. The battery with the dual MPF connectors, I believe I paid $80. And then the MPF sled from Small Rig, I believe I paid, I think maybe $70. So 200 plus 80 plus 70, so 350 just for the encoder, the sled, and the dual MPF plated battery. Pocket 3 I already have, and the HDMI transmitter I already had. You mean the Pocket 4? Oh, okay, yeah. So in its current form, the Pocket 4 I don't believe have the necessary features that would benefit IRL streaming currently. NZ Caches is a scam. Oof, okay. Scam. The cost of this, could you not get an OBSBot? True, but with this, I'm able to utilize this encoder in a separate project if I wanted to. I could utilize this HDMI transmitter in a separate project if I wanted to, and I can use the Pocket 3 with other IRL setups. So this isn't beholden to one device such as an OBSBot. I can disconnect the Pocket 3 and use it with my other IRL rigs, whereas the OBSBot is, even though everything is all built into one unit, you're tied to that one system. And in its configuration, I don't think the OBSBot is as friendly for IRL streaming. I just need to refresh a web page because it's showing me red. It's still showing me red. Okay. So again, this particular setup is specifically, the use case is for my live event productions as a small portable wireless form factor with pan tilt zoom control wirelessly. So even with a PTZ device, you still need to run power. Some PTZs, such as the OBSBot Tail Air, has a built-in battery, so that kind of removes that. The OBSBot, so let's compare it to the OBSBot. The OBSBot Air already costs $2,000 by itself. I do believe that you are able to control the pan tilt zoom via some kind of an app, or at least wirelessly through a PC. And you should be able to send some kind of a video over an IP protocol. If you wanted to send a HDMI output, you would then need to purchase a HDMI transmitter system, which is an extra cost. And then you need to provide power to that system as well. So this is a very specific use case. So what I can do now, God, I've got to turn my neck all the way this way just to read Discord. There you. Yes. That's a good, that seems like a good deal, Missingo. I just don't know how to provide any control to it, even though there is a remote. Hang on, okay, my bitrate says it's in a very poor state. Let me check to see why that is the case. So let me show you. Can I show you this screen? And is the audio still active? I don't know, because every time I change scenes, the audio stuffs up. So it's showing me bitrate as red. So I'm just going to quickly check the remote access to see if I can make some adjustments to make it a little bit more green. Everything's working fine? Okay. All right then. Let me just check the settings and see what we're at. We're at 7,000. So I'm pushing 7,000 to restream. That's probably what it was detecting. Okay. And there's 0 drop frames, so... Okay. All right, never mind then. All right, good. If it's working from a stream, then that should be fine. Hooray! Okay. How do we do this? Top down. Okay, I can't really configure it. Okay, what about this angle here? Fish eye. Maybe. I should really have another camera sort of mounted maybe here and then pushing up, because I would normally have another camera here, the Brio 4K, the webcam, and that would just show from this angle, but sometimes it's not. Okay, never mind. Let's power everything on. Okay, 1, 2. You have less stuff than me, and moving all your shit was a mission. Good luck when you move. Yes, good luck to us all. Okay, that's powered on. Oh, I haven't provided powered it here. Okay. Moving sucks, yes. I dread the day when I have to move. And when I do have to move, if I move, I would definitely need at least 6 months to prepare. 6 months. Oh, crazy. Okay. I have a question for everyone here. Start buying road cases now. Yeah. You probably have less than both of me. Probably. What? Yeah, nah. I've talked to this about. I've talked to one of my mates about this. So with today's economic climate, making new rule: if you don't use 12 months, it's going in the bin just for clothes and shit. Okay. Gonna try and get rid of half your tech and cycling stuff. Oof. Okay. Yes. So because of, and this is sort of like a real world question, because of today's and going to be the future's economic climate, everything is going up. The cost of living, bills, everything's going up. What are people's thoughts about moving to another country? Not you who's looking at more servers to fill up your 32U rack. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Can't get rid of the fun toys. They're for daily use. Well, this is the country I was born in, so moving to a different country. So, you honestly hate the US? If you had a pass your plan, you wouldn't mind going somewhere else? Oh. Darwin is its own country. Okay, here we fucking go. You lot. That's probably how you pronounce it anyway, Missingo. So I was thinking, okay, before you shred me, okay, I was thinking, I've been watching a lot of YouTube, okay. There has been quite a few people from Australia. Ooh, close, but no. Some Australian families have decided to literally pick up from far north Queensland and move to Japan. Yeah. So there's a couple of YouTube videos where they go through the entire process of however the process is, you buy a house and then through all that. So it is, but from the YouTube videos and some of the frequently asked questions, just because you aren't a resident of Japan, as a foreigner, you can still purchase property in Japan. Yeah. Yeah. You would. So would you then be able to... Now, the question is, say you were able to go through all the paperwork, legally purchase a property in Japan, somewhere, right? However, you are still... Okay, in my case, I still am an Australian citizen. I still hold an Australian passport. Okay. Now, the question that I have is, say I was able to find remote work in Australia, but my residency is in Japan. I will get paid via Australia, but because I'll be located in Japan, will I be taxed by Japan? Okay, thank you, Missingo. So you'll be taxed twice. One via the Australian ATO, and then one via the Japanese equivalent of their tax system. I have no idea. I haven't looked further. All I've been looking at is property. Because the market here is just insanely high. Coupled that with the very high cost of living. You could probably... many other things before you need property. Yeah. So I was thinking, and yeah, this is just a pipe dream, right? Okay. Oh, hang on. Define cheap. Missingo, what is your definition of cheap? Say you needed a property compared to there, yes, but even in other locations around Australia, everything is going high. So, yes, if I'm able to get a big enough property in Japan, then yeah, Streamhouse. Streamhouse. As of early 2026, the median price in Sydney has reached approximately 1.7 million, driven by low supply and high demand. Unit prices also hits records. Yes, Stream House. Live on stream. Do a price compare? Okay, let's have a look. Cost of living. Oh, hang on. We've tried this in a different scene and my mic doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? Check 1, 2. It's working now? Okay. I have no idea what caused the issue before, so pick a city, pick a country. Japan. Okay, let's see. Oh, can we... Oh, okay. So they've already included the pricing in Australian dollars. 3-bedroom house, 1,100 square meter property. Yeah, the average, and this is a property in Darwin. If you were to purchase one of the Housing Commission low income properties, the standard sizing for a land lot of that would be about 800 square meters, and it's a 3-bedroom house. And that's buying property that was built in like the 70s and 80s. If you were to purchase land today, you'll probably be able to purchase land, just the land alone, 350 square meters. You'll be lucky enough to pay $400,000 just for the land. So yeah, good luck trying to build. Crazy. What am I looking at? Let's go to AUD. All right. Select a city. Okay. What city? What city? Your house is only 117 square meters. The rest is lawn and garages. Oh, okay. So it's big enough to play backyard cricket. So that's pretty good. What city? Missingo, what city would you recommend? Because I know there's expensive cities and then there are rural cities. So if we click Tokyo. Okay, let's go. Let's did I compare? Wait, okay, I'll go to Japan. Yes. So thank you, Deadly. Thank you, Deadly. All right, let's see. The cost of living comparison between Darwin and Tokyo. The cost of living in Tokyo is 20% lower than Darwin. The cost of living, including rent, is 22% lower. Restaurant prices are 50% lower. What the fuck? Oh my god. Ooh. Okay. So a meal at a inexpensive restaurant, yeah, $35. That sounds typical in Darwin. Whereas in comparison to Tokyo, $10. A combo meal for McDonald's, $18. That sounds about right. And then it's only $7. Still, it's hitting it on the nail. So, soft drink, $4.30 for a Coke, where it's only $2. I can attest to this because I purchased quite a few. Not if you purchase the house outright, right? So then what would you need? Excuse me. What would you need to survive per month? Okay. So at least, okay, for meat, Tokyo. Okay, so milk is higher. Bread is $4 for fresh white loaf. White rice, $8 a kilo for Japan. Chicken fillets, 10. Beef. So a beef price per kilo, $13. $30. So if you are a beef eater, you're paying almost 130, almost double. $13. Yeah, paying double for the same amount of meat while in Japan. Beer. Okay, you're paying almost a third less. So you would need 72,000 after tax if you take out rent. So $6K a month. Okay, $6K a month to pay for everything. So utilities for a building utility, about $400. It's probably more, but depending on the sizing, yeah. $400 plus, oh wait, that's almost 40% off. So you probably want an income of about 8K pre-tax. Yeah. But that's crazy you need that much even if you're not paying rent. Wow. Sports and membership. Childcare, we can skip that. Clothing, op shop. Rent, we can remove that. Apartment price per square meter. Oh wait, this is in the city. Outside. So you need 6,000 Australian compared to 3,600. Yes, chat. True, but does Thailand allow foreigners to purchase property? I remember reading an article where you have, as a foreigner, you have to purchase a unit in a building that has half and half. So half of the residents is Thailand natives, and the other half of the residents in that one building, I believe, can be purchased by foreigners. So, yeah. Oh shit, ads are finished. All right. Woo. Okay, purchasing power is 25% lower. So you would need 7.5 to maintain the same standard. Assume you rent in both cities. Assuming you rent in both cities? Hey. So yeah, interesting. Let's do Darwin, and we are going to. Is that this main one? True. Let's see. So you would need $5,000 a month for the cost of living. Something to ponder about. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, I forgot what I was doing. You won't be moving to Australia nor Japan? What about pre-tax? Yeah, goddamn. And that's pre-tax Australia, not including the Japanese tax. So you need to do YouTube pumping. Yes. Get the online money for sure. Did I power this on? Okay. So I have powered on the DJI Pocket 3 and it is now connected via USB into the Zowie box unit. No, I said 3. And we also have the HDMI output of the Zowie box connected to the HDMI transmitter. So, just to demonstrate what I have here, with the whole pan tilt zoom wireless connectivity, we need I did not say that number. No. No. I am interested in the Pocket 4 Pro. So I'm waiting for that to be released and see if that will indeed have any benefits for IRL streaming. Yes. And someone did mention that in the YouTube video that I made for the Virus transmitter specific for the Pocket 3. Now, the whole point was to output and deliver a HDMI signal, which they couldn't comprehend. It's like, well, the reason why I'm using this particular system is so that I can get a wireless HDMI output. So how much do you think you could remove from its enclosure and 3D print an all-in-one box that shrinks that total mess? You probably could. The only reason why I've decided to just cobble together this entire rig is the ability to remove things for other uses. So everything here can be disconnected and reused in a different type of configuration. So again, the Pocket 3 can be disconnected and used as a standard camera or with my IRL systems. The encoder can be used as a HDMI encoder, UVC encoder, NDI encoder, as well as a decoder, reversing all three of those. So this can be used in a separate configuration as well. The MPF battery can be used for other devices to power, and the HDMI transmitter can be used to provide transmission. Yeah, so modularity is what this particular rig has. So I'm not beholden to one device that can only be used for one type of production. All right, let's now connect the smartphone. Oh shit. I need to turn on the router. No, I can connect the network cable. So this will now be the only thing that's tethered to this rig is this network cable. Only because I can't be bothered reconfiguring the Wi-Fi configurations on this unit. So I'm just plugging in this one cable, but you can configure this to be completely wireless. But I'm just doing this because it's a lot easier to do and deal with than trying to reconfigure the wireless configurations on this box. So if I were to now open up a different browser and then type in Zowie box, I should now be able to log in and change a setting or two. Oh, yep, I need to go into decoding, UVC, refresh. Yeah, that's the standard password for this particular unit. admin. Right, nothing's happening, so I'm gonna have to turn it back on again. Okay, now it's running. So now we can go into live, and now we can see the output. And the controller here, we can now control. Oh, wrong way. So this is all using a web interface that's connected via LAN. But if I were to now, oh, because that's how you're seeing it. Okay, so I wonder if me connecting my phone and then using the app, even though this web interface is connected, will that cause any interference? So I've got the app here. Let's now scan. All right, no worries. Enjoy yourself, Deadly. Confirm. Admin. All right, so it does seem I have the ability to connect a app to the same Zowie box device, and if I were to now use the app to control the pan, tilt, and zoom. So let's bring it down a bit. I said down. That's up. Jesus. Nope. All right, let's... My God. What is happening? Okay, now I will now adjust the zoom. Now I'll just adjust this. Is that centered? Nope. One more. And let's zoom in more. There we go. So I can use a smartphone app connected to the same network in order to control the pan, tilt, zoom of the DJI Pocket 3 using the Zowie box encoder and then sending a HDMI output as well into my PC. So I will now quickly check to see if that is now being displayed. Please hold. Okay, you should now be seeing and hearing the HDMI output from this particular system. Now let's zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in. Unfiltered audio. Again, this entire rig is specifically to be used as a portable mobile pan tilt zoom configuration for live event production. So this is one of the cons, I guess you could say, with specifically the HDMI transmitter system. Well, actually, the HDMI transmitter system works pretty good. So one of the cons, at least with what I've had to deal with lately, is the audio from the UVC conversion. You can hear it clicking, and yeah, so this is probably something that needs to be known, is that UVC audio in this specific configuration isn't as smooth. So I would not rely, at least from an audio point of view, I would not rely using audio from this particular type of configuration, and utilize a different audio to then be piped into the program output. So, do you have a delay estimate on the whole rig? How would I? Okay, let me switch to the browser scene. Okay. Let me adjust here. So we have the main camera in the top left-hand corner of the stream, and then what you're seeing on the main screen is the web interface that's connected to the Zowie box encoder. And now I will add a different scene, and this will be the HDMI output from the wireless HDMI transmission system. So if I can just give me a second, find that particular camera or scene. And bring this up, and I'll just mute this. Okay. So we have 3 camera sources on screen. The top left hand corner is the actual face camera as part of this streaming setup. The right hand camera is coming in from the HDMI receiver, which is going to add at least 6 to 8 frames delay. And then in the center, the browser, we will have, this is coming in through the network. All right, I'm going to do a clap test, and then we will guess you can see how many frame delay that is. So yeah, there is delay, but like maybe definitely less than 8 frames or abouts, or thereabouts. But it's when using wireless HDMI transmitter systems, there is already delay built into that already, because of the nature of the technology. Unless you want a zero delay wireless HDMI transmitter system, you're already paying $2,000, $4,000 just for that technology. I'm using budget friendly ones, so yeah. But because this particular rig is going to be used as a pan tilt zoom device in a wireless configuration, this won't be used as a primary camera source, such as a close-up or a zoom shot. This will most likely be used just as a off to the side type of camera system, so with control. I haven't actually tested this out in the real world yet, so I think now the reason why this came about is I had to do a live stream production for a funeral. Now at the time I did use the Pocket 3 and the Virez HDMI transmitter system. At the time when I set it up, it was a good framing. Everything was in frame, but then positions changed because it's a funeral. You know, things happen pretty much on the fly. And then a particular group of people weren't sitting where they're supposed to be when I was told about it, and I wasn't able to go and change the angles because the actual funeral service was already in full swing. So after that particular event, which only happened, I think, the start of February or the start of April, it was at least 3 weeks ago. So ever since then, I decided to rig out this particular type of configuration for me to have the ability to change the camera angle remotely. Because previously, if I wanted to set up a PTZ camera, I would have had to use a DJI RS3 Pro gimbal along with a Sony camera. Well, hang on. That might not be it. A Sony camera on top of a gimbal, and then I would have needed a HDMI transmitter system, and then I would have needed another control to control the zoom of the camera, because the pan tilt can be controlled via a wireless remote from the DJI RS3 Pro. I would have needed another remote to control the zoom of this camera specifically. And then on top of this, I would have needed to have power to power the transmitter and power to power the camera for longer than an hour and a half. This particular funeral service took about 2 hours. So building this out in order to have the functionality of wireless HDMI transmission through this, as well as having wireless pan tilt, and then having a separate controller for wireless zoom. That would have made this entire unit quite big and bulky, but it would have been reliable. It would have been rock solid, but it would have been big and bulky. So just this with the HDMI transmitter is about roughly the same size as this, if not maybe just a little bit more slimline. So yeah, that is essentially what I have built this particular rig to be. So yeah. Now, I've already tested this particular rig in the previous stream, and now what I want to try and do is, instead of setting the Zowie box in decoder mode, which will decode UVC webcam input from the Pocket 3 and spit it out as a HDMI, what I want to try and do is see if I'm able to control via NDI. Now, I have seen some other online videos on YouTube of a particular NDI enabled PTZ system be controlled through a web browser window on a PC on the same network. So let's see if we can get that achieved. Okay, so let's go into browser mode, and we don't need the HDMI, so we can remove that. So let's go into settings, and then there is a small lightning cable here, or lightning icon, sorry, that we can click, and this will bring up the modes that we can convert to. So these are the main modes that this particular Zowie box unit is able to perform. UVC to HDMI, that is what I'm currently have the Zowie box unit set to. We can also have it to ingest a HDMI camera and spit out RTMP, RTSP, or SRT out. This is what I have tested when I needed a HDMI camera to connect into a Moblin device, because Moblin is able to provide a RTMP, SRT, SRT-LA servers. So I was able to then pipe a HDMI output from a camera into a SRT input so that the Moblin device can ingest that over Wi-Fi. Here we have HDMI to UVC, so you can use the Zowie box unit itself as a standard HDMI to UVC USB converter, such as a Camlink Pro 4K. We have here HDMI to NDI, which is not what I'm using at the moment. This is what we want to use, NDI to HDMI. And the last mode here is ingesting a wireless or wired IP format video, such as RTMP or SRT, and then convert that into a HDMI output. So the thing that I wanted to do is if I'm able to do UVC to NDI, but I don't see that as a mode that I can actually click on. All right, let's go back into settings. Let's go into NDI. Okay, so we're in decoding, so it doesn't see any NDI being sent over the network at all. So output. So I wonder if I can convert UVC to NDI. Give me a second. Let me just check here. NDI is activated. Decoder output switch, NDI output. So I haven't actually enabled this, so I'll enable that now. So here. Okay. So let's now check the dashboard and see if I have an option to push out an NDI video signal in decoder mode from the DJI Pocket 3. All right, let's go here. Camera, PTZ, I've set it to UVC. Tally light, I've turned off. Video, output, nothing here. Audio, nothing that I can see here. Decoding, local. So we can also output an RTMP or SRT stream on the same network. we're not doing that at the moment. Live, I don't know about this setting. UVC, we have the DJI Pocket 3 already running. NDI, okay. So it might mean that I don't think I have the ability to, at least in this configuration, do UVC to NDI, because it's already outputting it as a HDMI output. There is another, because I know that it can be done. There is videos specifically from this brand that they've showed that Zowie Box can in fact convert a UVC webcam into an NDI. So let me just do a quick search on the tube. Zowie Tech Electronics. Here we go. Yep. So here it is. This here is a YouTube video specifically from the brand Zowie Tech. How to convert DJI Pocket 3 UVC to NDI. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. So we plug it into a network. Fast forward. Okay. I think we were in encoding mode. So actually, no, hang on. So yeah, we're in decoding mode. We have enabled NDI out. And then UVC doesn't detect the Pocket 3. So, of course, it's not turned on in the video. So let's wait. Fast forward. Okay, Pocket 3 H.264, 1080p, 30 frames per second. Enabled, done. So now that should start running. Okay. Okay, it's running. Good. Live. It's on. Oh. Okay, so it seems that as long as it's outputting NDI, there's nothing else that needs to be done. So let me... System, working mode, NDI output. So it's pushing out an NDI output now. Let's see what the video does. Studio monitor. Okay, so I have already installed NDI on my computer system. So I now need to activate studio monitor. And then let me just watch the video. Okay, let's have a look at that. Settings, application. Okay. So I don't see it pop up. Okay, let's see here. Let's just rewatch the video, see what settings they have set. Host, decoder. Okay. All right, so part of the original configuration is to enable NDI in the different setting. So I would need to change from decoder mode to encoder mode. Then go to streaming, NDI. I need to enable this. Push stream and NDI cannot be enabled at the same time. Oh, okay. So I can turn these off. Live. Ah, okay. That's why. So I can turn that one on, turn off live, re-enable. Video input. H.265 outputs, camera. Oh, doesn't see it. Okay, let me unplug and replug. Replug in the camera. Right, so the Pocket 3 has been reconnected into the Zowie box, and it's also in webcam mode, but it doesn't allow me to enable because it doesn't detect it. Let's have a look here. But in this configuration, streaming NDI off on, system, okay, let's go. Setting, system, default, restart, confirm. All right. Let's wait for that to restart. And check. %86%. Log in. It's not ready. Oh yeah, it's still booting up. Zowie Tech. Okay, Zowie box has successfully rebooted. To reboot, it takes probably like a full minute to reboot. I think these devices are designed to run for a long time, like 24 hours a day. Because it has an inbuilt fan as well. All right, let's go to settings. Let's go to streaming, NDI. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Just headless. So this can be essentially, if I had another board, like an Orange Pi or a Rock 5B Plus, and I can use the IRL box software, those features are pretty much can do what this box does, except for NDI. It can do everything else. Convert a UVC to HDMI, stream out to RTMP, stream out to SRTLA if you have the modules connected properly, stream out to wrist. It can also do, I don't think you can do vice versa. It can take in a HDMI and then output a UVC. I don't think it can do that, but it can take in a HDMI camera and then spit out as an SRT or RTMP stream out. But yeah, it's just essentially a Linux device with a web interface. So yeah, I'm not sure what's this is, because I'm unable to select the camera. Yeah, I think wrist is one of those protocols that has been adopted by some industries as opposed to SRTLA. There is a official documentation for wrist for bonded connections to stream, and I don't think the BellaBox software has wrist involved. IRL Box, on the other hand, does. So why it cannot see the Pocket 3? I guess the camera wasn't okay. It was on because it did show something live. It doesn't show the live camera. PTZ video input. What's this one? OSD. Nope. Audio, HDMI, streaming, local. We can probably turn that off and see what happens then. Let's go to input. Nothing. Encoder, output, streaming, local, live has been disabled. NDI, NDI3, nothing. Okay, so I can't enable NDI. So, that's kind of disrupted what I wanted to do. Because then at least with NDI, I can utilize a tablet with NDI Studio Monitor installed and then be able to see and then use the touchscreen to control the pan tilt zoom. But I don't think I have that ability to do so. Let's just re-enable the HDMI output. Yep. And live. And then we will go to browser. Sorry. All right. Yep. And then we can still use the web interface browser. Pan tilt and zoom control. Okay. Even though, and let me just disable this, even though here there is NDI here, so I don't know what that means. Let me click on that. Okay, it must mean at least in this web interface I might have the ability to change to different NDI inputs through the one web browser. So you can, instead of using the joystick on screen, you can just use the this bar to get where you want. Same thing with a tilt. And then zoom. So the thing that this doesn't have, at least in this web interface, is It doesn't have the ability to create presets. Now, another piece of software, I believe it is a paid software. For the life of me, I can't remember it at the moment. Let me have a quick look. Pocket 3 Jewel. Because there was a video released about 3 weeks ago that showcased the ability to set up a dual Pocket 3 setup using a laptop or MacBook running. What was that software called? It is a web-based software that some content creators use. It's not Riverside. Pocket 3 streaming. I can't remember what they've called it. Sorry, I'm just Pocket 3 live stream, perhaps. I can't think of the name. It's what some content creators use to ingest video and then push out to stream. Dang it! What is it? It's gonna haunt me. It's gonna haunt me. Let's go Jewel Pocket 3. Okay, this is gonna haunt me for quite a while. What was his name? Yeah, it will keep me awake at night until I remember it. It's just one of those things. Ultimate content creator. It's not OBS. Okay, this creator uses it quite a lot. Tom Buck. Let's see if he has it in his bio. Videos. Bamboo Labs. How to make a podcast. He might have Ecamm. That's it. Ecamm. Son of a bitch. I don't know why it took me so fucking long. Ecamm. So the web-based software that uses Ecamm has the ability to not only control the pan, tilt, zoom of the Pocket 3 through a web browser, it also has the ability to save presets. So say you wanted to keep this position and zoom angle, you can then create a button, call it button A, and it will save this particular angle. And then you can then say you wanted to change it to this particular angle here and save this as preset B. And then you can toggle between both saved presets. So it will be this particular preset that you have saved, and then you can save, then you can toggle back to the first preset that you have created. Now, unfortunately, I have not found a way to I have not found a way to or even to try to create a preset on set angles and positioning of the Pocket 3. So it's all literally freestyle. So if I wanted to change from this particular angle to say here, and then we will go and zoom in like that. So I have not found a way to create a preset specific to a certain particular position and angle and zoom that I want the Pocket 3 to remember. So I have not figured that out yet. So at least with this particular rig, pan, tilt, and zoom, I think is enough. It is enough for me to utilize to, at least when I change to a different camera angle, I can then reposition this camera and then switch back to this camera angle when I'm doing live productions, such as weddings, funerals, or TED style talks. Jesus, am I just losing my mind? My goodness. All right, so again, I don't know why, even though I have set NDI to be on, I don't understand why I'm not seeing the NDI output from the Zowie box, even though at least I have made the configurations to do so. NDI system, NDI is on, decoder output switch, NDI output is active. I wonder if loop out is... Oh, okay, that's probably what it means. Discovery video out, decoder waiting for connection. Okay, it's nothing here. Because I have seen quite a few other creators do very similar type of setups for getting a Pocket 3 to output as an NDI signal over the network. But I can't do it right now for some strange reason. And then if I were to turn on NDI and then access the studio monitor, it doesn't see it. New monitor, run Windows at start, allow web control, output monitor 1. So it doesn't detect, apparently, with the NDI studio monitor, it doesn't detect the incoming video, supposedly, unless I have to turn off the wireless. Let's go here. Network. So I have LAN on. Hotspot has been disabled. Wireless LAN on. But that's not even connected at all. Yeah, no. So wireless isn't even on. So that should not have any issue. Everything should be now connected via the LAN network. So the studio monitor is on the same network, but it doesn't detect any incoming NDI camera. Okay, I'm stumped, at least with this particular type of configuration, but I am able to get a HDMI signal out, as well as have app control of the pan, tilt, zoom of the Pocket 3. So that is something that can be utilized, so that's good. Yeah. Excuse me. So, yeah, Ecamm has the ability to create specific presets when using the Pocket 3 presets. Ecamm Live. I guess having the presets will make things a lot more streamlined, because then instead of you having to manually change the camera angle and positioning, you can then just have it as a button to then switch the camera angle and zoom to a certain location, and then just continue on with your production. So yeah. Okay. All right, I'll be back. Just going to go and use the facilities. I shall return. Oh, wait. So this is the video I was looking at. My insanely simple live streaming setup, where they used 2 Pocket 3s and an Ecamm, a laptop with Ecamm installed. And apparently he was able to utilize a remote producer to control Ecamm from somewhere else. But anyways, I will return. Welcome in. Ooh, diggy. Oh, good Lord. I am testing out these 2 devices. On the left we have the Pocket 3 along with its RTMP stream. On the right we have the Action 4 connected to a DJI Mobile 7P gimbal with the tracking module enabled as well. So let me just cover the Action 4 so you can see it black out on screen, and then I'll cover the Pocket 3. So Pocket 3 and a poor man's Pocket 3 with tracking. Lloyd, milk please, bless. It's gonna do a slow twist. Okay, and we're gonna do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped, nothing's... I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again. Two. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. All right, I'm back. Let's see. So I wanted to do something, but I don't know if I have it yet. Oh, we're taking an ad break. Okay. Okay, might as well just go browser mode. Oh, be right back. Let's. All right. So what I want to try and do is to. Excuse me, I'm just being very burpy. So I want to be able to record a specific source within OBS, but I don't think I'll have that in that particular module installed, or the plugin. So the plugin is called Source Record, and I don't have that installed. So what I want to try and do is to do everything live on stream, but at the same time record a singular source in its native format. Ooh, okay. Might not be able to do that either, because I won't be able to record one thing. So there's a particular scene that I want to record, but I don't want any of the overlays. So previously when I have done this, I just turned off overlays, recorded, did my spiel, and then turn overlays back on when I'm talking with chat. So yeah, okay, I might not be able to do that. Shit. Okay. Man. All right. Let's move forward and onward. So we are still tinkering. What would the title be though? Update title. Let's update the title now. Let's go attempting to make some YouTube content. I attempted to make some content for YouTube. Content making time. Making time. Yeah, that sounds all right. Update all. All right. So let's have a look and see. Okay, we don't need to see all that. All right. So I don't have anything else that I want to talk about in terms of technologies or anything like that. We can remove this. The Pocket 4 that was released last week, which is somewhat of an improvement to the Pocket 3. However, in terms of its use case for IRL streaming, there doesn't seem to be any more benefits when compared to the Pocket 3 in its current firmware state. So there could be some things that could be pushed in the future, but currently not so much. Okay, let's see here. So what is here? Right, no messages. Good. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna have to switch to a different scene, so we won't have any music or anything like that. Alright, let's get that up. Oh, do we need? Yeah, we might as well. Yeah. Okay. We are in the red zone, maybe? Red zone. So I've got blue, green, yellow, and red. This is just to put on top of my mouse pad to just make it a little bit more of an even and solid color for the top-down camera. All right, let's see here. So we'll need to change to a different scene so the overlays won't actually show. All right, so that's it like that. And then we zoom. Ooh, so it does. Should be fine. All right, so I am trying to make some kind of content specifically to show that I am using a drill battery from a power tool to provide power to a camera system for long run times. That is the goal of the project, and I think I have done just a little bit. So we'll need this drill. We'll also need this light, which I will just remove the battery from. I might use this battery, it's a lot cleaner. And then okay, let's have a look and see. All right, we don't need that battery, so we can move that here. It's all about positioning. And where's the mouse? All right. Again, I'm attempting to try and make some YouTube content, specifically to using a drill battery, a power tool battery, in order to provide long run times for cameras. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, I'm just recording in OBS, so at least in this particular scene there isn't any overlays, so I won't be able, so chat doesn't get shown on screen. But yeah, so we'll probably go through the whole process of recording and editing as well. And there really isn't a script at the present moment, so it's all pretty much just whatever's in my brain at the time. Okay, so here we have a few products from the Ozito brand. Here we have a battery, which is the 4-amp battery. Here we have an LED skin, and here we have a drill skin. Now, I would advise to try and purchase this particular device. This here is the USB power source skin for the Ozito brand range. Now, the reason is the ability to remove this particular adapter plate from this skin. So we have 4 bolts, and I can't remember what size they are, but I will get to that. So all you need to do is remove 4 of these bolts, and this will be removed, and that will look like this. A simple negative pin and positive pin. Now, the reason why I suggest to use the power source skin is because the LED light doesn't have a removable pin adapter. Neither does the drill itself. Okay, I'll stop recording. Okay, so let's see. All right, so let's see if we have that pretty much recorded with enough of what we want to talk about. Because then we can just remove this from the table. Put that here, I think. And then we will one, 1, 2, 2. Okay. So I would need to create a project listing for this particular type of project. Let's have a look here, video, and let's cut that, paste it into video, paste. Okay. Might as well open up DaVinci Resolve. That way then we can get kind of the ball rolling on this particular video. I'm probably going to do it in a couple of different sections because I haven't got the entire unit assembled. So we'll probably go through the process of assembling and then filming the intro with the assembled product first, and then go through the process of assembling. So this video won't be able to be finished today, at least in today's stream, because I will need to do a runtime test with the battery installed. Project software, dual phone. Oh, I don't think I've actually created a project for this. She's okay. So I guess we'll just start new. This is power tool camera project. Change location. DaVinci project. Create. Okay. Let's go into import media, editing, video. Change. Wait, what is the playback then? Timeline, project settings. Okay, so you guys can't actually see what I'm doing. So let me go here. Let me now add the overlays to here. Okay, cool. So this is DaVinci Resolve. This is DaVinci Resolve Studio 20. It's a paid, this is the paid version of DaVinci Resolve, not the free version. So it does have a lot, it does have all the features that comes with the paid service. So normally when I'm editing videos for YouTube, I would have the canvas set to 1920 by 1080 in 30 frames per second, which is what most of YouTube's content is provided as. So that is it. Okay, so nothing else to save. So we'll just add this to the project. There's a lot of ums and ahs in here, so I don't know if this will actually be, the audio will be ported out. No. Okay, let me undo. Okay, so here we have a few products from the Ozito. I swear. One, two, 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 one, two. 1 2 1 2. Active, yeah. B. 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 Is happening? Is happening? Is happening? Oh my god. What is happening with all these audio sources? Jade! Okay. I think it's working now. Jesus. Oh my goodness. I hope it's working because I did hear the response through the speakers. So hopefully, if I were to go, okay, yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it through the speakers. So everything should be working. Oh my goodness. Oh. So now, because I've done that, there's no way for you to hear the playback through Resolve because I've had to mute desktop audio. Unless I switch to real digital output. And here we have a battery, which is a 4-amp battery. Here we have an LED skin. I guess try again. 1 2 1 2. I have no idea what's wrong. So uh whoo. Okay. 1 2 1 2. Is it NDI? No, I've turned that off. Don't need that on. Don't need that on. Way off. Mm. Okay. Let me. All right. Bye. If the Pocket 3 is in a location with some good lighting, it's going to look good. And it does have a focus point up until probably, I'm going to say 10 centimeters away from the lens, and then back out. So, one of the great things about the Zowie box is that it will supply a HDMI output, and you could even push out a local IP stream such as RTMP or the sun. Okay, hopefully I'm back. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. So I've just restarted OBS on the main PC. The IRL machine still encoding, so it didn't cause any issues. Hopefully. So everything I'm doing in terms of changing the scenes is all done from this local PC here, not the IRL PC. So let me try and change to the browser mode, although I need to change this to this scene here. And let's see now if I change it to browser mode, will the audio still be there? 1 2 1 2. I can hear it, but let's now check to see if the browser. Okay. So that would mean it will have double audio on the. Let's now play. Now, I would advise to try and purchase this particular device. This here is the USB power source skin for the Ozito brand range. Now, the reason is the ability to remove this particular adapter plate from this skin. Okay, this is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. Oh, man. Hang on. I need to know. Okay, I can hear it now. What am I? Okay, I need to. How do I roll back OBS? Because this is driving me insane. Um, how how to revert OBS back to previous version? Okay, I didn't back up, so I don't know what's wrong. Okay. Okay, so if I switch over to DaVinci Resolve now and then switch the browser and and okay. I don't understand. Okay, if I were to now mute global audio and if I were to now add a application audio capture, call this DaVinci. Okay, and then search for DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so now I have DaVinci Resolve added as a audio source. If I were to now play, so we have four the bolts, audio from and DaVinci. I can't remember what size they are, but I will get to that. So all you need to do is remove 4 of these bolts and this will be removed. And that, okay, I think I've managed to do a workaround at least for this scene. But if I was to change to a different scene, let's check to see if the audio is still having an issue. And check 1, 2. No, okay, so, okay, oh, sorry. Yes, it's working. So at least between these two scenes, the audio should still be working fine. Okay. Thank fuck. Whew. All right, let's have a look and see. Top down, we should still have the audio. Yes, we do. And for this scene, we should still have audio coming through. Kind of and kind of not, Jade. Also, welcome in, Jade. Hopefully you are well. Yeah, it's been a while since I've streamed, so ha. Yeah. So what I want to try and do is maybe do some recording. Yes, when she does stream. I haven't streamed for about 17 days, and prior to that, I haven't streamed for about probably another 20 days beforehand. It's just I haven't been motivated. I haven't been motivated to do anything, and watching a few other content creators on Twitch, they were playing the Rust game, and that's kind of made me a bit addicted to that. Watching them play, and then that just messed up my sleep schedule as well. So yeah, now that I'm sort of slowly getting back into the swing of things, hopefully I'll be able to do more streaming. And the weather has been a bit more. It's changing, so no more. Hopefully, no more rain. It will be now dry season, and with that, better weather, cooler weather. So I'll be doing a lot more IRL streams, and hopefully with more sun, I'll be able to do more solar cooking outdoors. So that's one thing I do want to get into, is to do that. So yes, hopefully the audio is now back in sync. It is weird for you guys to say that the audio is out of whack, but hopefully it's now back to normal. Let me just do a quick test and listen. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. So there's a few things I want to try and get done, but we'll see. We'll see how it is. All right. So I'll be sort of in and out between reading chat and doing things as well. So my apologies to everyone. I wonder if there's a way to. Nah, should be fine. We'll increase this. Oh, that's down. Up. Okay, this here is the Azito. This here is the Azito USB power source skin. Now let's pop it open. Okay, let's zoom this in. Here we have a T10 tool, which is used to open up these screws. What are these called? It's not Allen key. What? Yeah, what are they called? I don't want to be wrong. It's not an Allen key. Hex keys? No, not. It's not a hex. Torque? Yeah. Is it a torque head? Torque wrench? No. Okay, let's do this. Oh, I should trim my nails. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. Here we have a torque bit. This is here we have a torque bit. This is a T10. And now we will open up this plate. Don't even know if this should even be recording. Yeah, no, we don't need to record this bit. I'll just show the opening of it. So that's one. Oh my god, these are on there pretty tight. Pretty tight. Probably don't need to show this bit, but no, I remember having some difficulty, at least in this section here. Loctite. I don't know. Welcome in, WT. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's now pop this open. How did I pop it open last time? It just fucking flew across the screen. All right, let's. Okay, let's see here. So I'm just doing some recording for YouTube content for a power tool battery power supply for a camera rig. I need to come up with a better name. All right, we have removed all 4 screws. Now let's pop open this red casing here. I'm just using a flat screwdriver and just wedging in between. Ooh, it smells like electronics. We're not eating anything yet at the moment. I don't even know what we have. I'll get there. All right, let's see. We're still recording. Okay, here we have here we have the base plate popped open from. No, hang on. Here we have the top cover removed from the USB power source skin, and what we need to do now is to remove this circuit board from the base plate. What we need to do now is to remove the circuit board from the mounting plate. Now what we need is these vertical, not vertical. What we now need is these contacts, these vertical contacts, prongs. Okay, thank you, WT. What we now need is to remove these prongs from this circuit board and mount them onto this plate. Can you guys hear that? Oh my God. Welcome in. Ooh, Diggy. Oh, good Lord. I am testing out these 2 devices. On the left we have the Pocket 3 along with its RTMP stream. On the right we have the... All right, that was a very, very loud phone call. Not my phone, must have been my dad's. Let's go back to here. All right, I'll stop recording. Wait for the table to... So we need to remove these prongs in order to mount them onto the plate. And what I've done is used a soldering iron to melt off these solders and remove them. This is what the plate will look like now with the attached prongs. And what I've also done is soldered on a positive cable and a negative cable to this plate. We're speed running this YouTube content video. Oh, so I need to shift this. Oh my God. Did I just... Yes, I did. Okay. So we can put these back. And then this is a button. Yep, from the Bunnings warehouse. Nope. Lowest prices at just the beginning. If we can't beat it by 10%, we'll beat you. All right. Yeah, we're just speed running this YouTube video. It was going to be like, you know, very technical, very perfect, but I just can't be bothered anymore. You can refund. Yes, because there's no void sticker at all. So, all right. Well, let's bring in the parts. Oh, come in. There's food. Food's here. All right, let's. Oh, okay. Can't speed run now. Okay. Right on time. Yes. Oh man. No. This is Oh, why? Oh wow. All these browsers are left on running. Oof. No, this is chicken, bok choy, rice, and some sauce. I'm not sure what sauce it's called. So let's have a look. So it's been a while since I have streamed. So for those who are new, normally when I'm eating on stream, I would also watch a video. And this is, and then the video I would normally watch would be a mukbang video. So now let's, yes, 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 yes. We are now going to find, oh, why isn't it showing? So I've selected. It's not showing. I'm changing the web browser. I'm an idiot. I am such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Okay. We are here. A factory canteen. Yeah, let's have a look at that. We are using Brave, so there's no ads. How do I? Is it that way or just that way? But then you will miss out top of the head. All right. We are now. Feeding the homeless. Sometimes, but not often. Let me try and figure out. What am I doing? Okay, so audio is still working. And it also, I actually don't know. I don't know which videos you're referring to, but sometimes when I'm watching that, it does kind of put me on a guilt trip. So it's like, oof, I should be doing more. And I don't want to feel that way at the present moment. So, yeah. It's like those less fortunate. It's like, damn, okay. Shit. How do I do this now? Oh, because it's a browser mode. Okay. Do I have to add a application audio to every single browser? Brave. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do it this way now. All right, let's give this a crack. Let me just mute the background music. All right, let me know if you can hear
아이, 매실, 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 와! 제가 염원하던 곳에 왔습니다.
loud.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 제가 오늘은 지금 공주에 왔는데 제가 염원하던 곳에 왔습니다. 방송하면서 가장 많이 받은 선물 1등을 만드는 공장이에요. 2018년 말에 처음 방송을 시작하면서 그때부터 이제 거의 초록매실 약간 애호가였거든요. 엄청 큰 컵에다가 막 따라 먹는 모습을 또 많은 분들이 좋아해 주셔가지고 저 하면 초록매실을 떠오르시는 분들이 되게 많으시더라고요. 너무 감사하게도 이렇게 불러주셔가지고 웅진 공장을 구경하러 왔어요. 사실 웅진에 제가 좋아하는 음료수 되게 많거든요. 아침 햇살도 저 되게 많이 먹었고요. 자연은 시리즈도 집에 지금 포도 맛이 지금 있고요. 티즐도 옛날에 엄청 꽂혀가지고 복숭아 우롱차 맛을 박스채로 쟁여놓고 먹었어요. 다 명작 시리즈예요. 웅진 음료가 되게 맛있는 게 많아요. 제가 오늘 옷도 약간 성덕의 느낌으로 초록 색깔을 입고 왔습니다. 지금 공장 안으로 들어가 보겠습니다.
I'm gonna fast forward.
이렇게 또 많이 아마 좀 드리겠습니다.
알겠습니다.
It's a factory tour. Now I want to see them eat. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
저희 구내식당에서 구내식당 처음 봤어요. 이런 식당은 태어나서 처음 봤습니다.
많이 안 담은 것 같은데? 짜잔! 초록매실을 마음껏 먹을 거예요. 이게 방법이 있거든요? 이렇게 여기다 꽂아요. 그 다음에 여기 이렇게 눌러줘야 돼, 이렇게. 그 다음에 이렇게 딱 하면은 아, 오랜만에 했는데 실패 안 했다. 진짜 급식 중에 제육 가장 좋아하거든요? 이게 초록매실 들어간 제육이래요.
Cause no one's gonna overload their tray.
진짜 맛있어요. 진짜
They'll get
맛있어요.
fired.
요즘 제육이 짠 제육이 많은데 초록매실은 맛있어져요. 단맛이 설탕 단맛이 아니라 매실 단맛이 좀 진짜 나는 것 같아요. 밥 진짜 많이 붓거든요. 이게 밥이 한 5공기. 진짜 맛있다. 행복해. 와, 나 이런 집 진짜 오랜만에 먹어. 와, 계란말이 왕창 쓸어왔어요. 진짜 맛있다. 와. 제육 넣고 알아봤는데 작년에 5,660병 팔렸대요. 사실 우리나라 인구수가 5천만 명 초반대니까 인당 한 개? 1.1개? 음. 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 와, 맛있다. 학생 때 이렇게 먹었으면 얼마나 행복했을까. 음. 와, 나도 여기 출근하고 싶다. 초록매실 먹는 이유가 소화되려고 먹는 거냐고 많이 물어보시는데 사실 그건 아니고 맛있어서 먹어요. 초록매실이 진짜 한식이랑 너무 잘 어울려요. 집밥 먹고 초록매실 딱 먹잖아요? 그럼 진짜 개운해져요. 그래서 좀 많이 찾았던 것 같아요. 제로가 나왔는데 나온 지 좀 됐어요. 제로 인기 진짜 많더라고요. 진짜 잘 만들어졌어요. 찐득한 단맛은 없긴 한데 오히려 그래도 가벼워서 약간 취향의 영역일 것 같아요. 부담스러우셨던 분들에게도 아주 좋을. 얘는 자몽 블랙티인데 이거 진짜 많이 드시더라고요. 저는 티젤 진짜 좋아하거든요. 근데 티젤 처음 먹은 게 처음 나오자마자 먹었어요. 이벤트도 또 열어주신다고 하셨거든요. 이렇게 세트로 할 수 있으니까 영상 마지막 참고하셔서 관심 있으신 분들은 보고 가세요. 신제품 나왔다고 들었는데 먹어볼 수 있나요?
얘네는 하나 이제 꿀밤 햇살이라고 해서
아,
50주년 기념하기 위해서 한정 제품을 내는 거고 제가 리버스 컨셉으로 찍었어요. 아침과 밤, 또 초록과 붉은 반대
완전 다르다. 맛있다. 맛있어요. 이거 50주년 한정판으로 나오면은 초록매실 좋아하시는 분들은 한번 꼭 드셔보시면 좋겠어요. 아, 맛있다. 완전 밤이네요. 진짜 꿀밤이다. 근데 50주년 한정판으로 나온 거래요. 그래서 또 언제까지 나올지도 모르니까 원래 매실 좋아하셨던 분들이나 아침 햇살 좋아하시는 분들이 한번 드셔보시면 좋을 것 같아요. 근데 국물을 좀 자작하게 떠와야겠다. 와.
저렇게 먹는 남자 없어요.
너무 잘 드셔 맛있게 잘 드시는 거.
근데 많이 봤어요. 얼마나 좋아하길래. 정리돼요.
이거를 이제 비벼야죠. 우와, 이게 진짜 맛있지. 진짜 많이 먹는 사람을 위해서 자율배식을 해야 된다니까요. 저 같은 분이 또 계실 거 아니에요. 맛있다. 와, 오늘 여기 저녁도 있어요?
저녁까지 먹어요.
저녁은 뭐예요? 저녁까지 나눠서 할까? 2018년 그때 초등학교 때부터 좋아했으니까 거의 인생을 살면서 계속 좋아했는데 제가 여기 공장에 와가지고 어떻게 만들어지는지 보고 구내식당에서 이렇게 밥을 먹을 수 있을 거라고는 진짜 이 정도면 성덕 아니야? 맛있다.
Ads are on, so I'll just wait. I actually don't know. Usually when the video ends, it's her saying bye from behind the table. So, yeah. I actually don't know. I'm just going to get more drink. I'll be back. Two. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. Let's go.
Over the stream. It's actually I don't.
I am testing out these two devices. On the left we have the Pocket 3 along with its RTMP stream. On the right we have the Action 4 connected to a DJI Mobile 7P gimbal with the tracking module enabled as well. So let me just cover the Action 4 so you can see it black out on screen, and then I'll cover the Pocket 3. So Pocket 3 and a poor man's Pocket 3 with tracking.
I think my health test was when I changed the diet to really, really low. Are you kidding? Wake up!
No, I'm
You weren't kidding about that still be here.
Lloyd. Milk, please. Bless. It's going to do a slow twist. Okay, and we're going to do another twist this way. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped. Nothing's. Welcome in. Ooh, diggy. Oh, good lord. Up, rotate. We've got line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the bellow box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be obstacle. I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again. Two. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself. Yes, I did eat that quick.
웅진 구내식당이 정말 맛있네요. 저기 보니까 음료 마음껏 골라 먹을 수 있게 돼 있더라고요. 정말요? 10개 먹어도 돼요? 정말요? 그리고 이제 그 웅진에서 또 50주년 기념 이벤트를 해주신대요. 찌양식이라고 해서 제가 좋아하는 치즈 자몽티랑 초록 매실 둘 다 제로를 500ml 12개씩 24개 해가지고 50주년 할인 쿠폰이랑 그리고 5,000원 할인 쿠폰까지 해서 거의 한 최대 44%까지 할인을 받을 수 있다고 하니까 또 관심 있으신 분들은 더보기란 참고하시면 좋을 것 같아요. 웅진에서 유명한 좀 인기 상품들 있잖아요. 뭐 하늘보리, 뭐 초록 매실, 치즈 뭐 이런 것들을 조합을 직접 골라서도 이렇게 구매를 할 수 있대요. 좀 싸게 쟁여들 수 있는 기회니까 한번 이렇게 보고 가셔도 정말 좋을 것 같아요. 성공이 된 것 같은 그런 시간이었습니다. 오늘도 잘 먹었습니다.
God, I'm still hungry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could eat, but then some days I barely eat. So let's have a look.
님이시네요. 우와.
청국장 좋아해?
네, 좋아해요.
청국장.
감사합니다. 고기는 일단은 빨리빨리 구울게요. 아 근데 딱 봐도 고기 때깔이 너무 좋아 보인다.
예, 고기 진짜 맛있어요.
맛있어요?
그 숯불로 하기 때문에 그 숯하고 숯맛하고 고기하고 어우러져가지고 정말 괜찮습니다. 근데 감명으로 어떻게 알고 여기 왔는데요?
2년 전에 알았는데 계속 와보고 싶었거든요. 근데 계속 뭔가 안 맞아가지고 못 왔었는데 진짜 너무 와보고 싶어서 지금 완전 기대하고 있어요.
한번 기다려요.
아 근데 고기 때깔이 누가 봐도 이거는 맛있어 보인다. 갈비는 구울 때 계속 뒤집어줘야 돼요. 뒤집지 않으면 실례입니다.
네, 이제 목요일 날이 이제 어떻게 그럴지 모르는데 그러면
고기가 두꺼운데? 두툼해요. 갈비치고 되게 엄청 두툼한 갈비네.
무슨 사실
그냥 살짝 덜 익었을 때 먹어볼까?
나는 집치 냉장고에 가려요. 없었어. 네. 아예 물건 냉장.
와. 분명히 그 달짝지근하고 그 짭조름한 갈비 맛인데 간이 딱 적당해요. 너무 달지도 않고. 갈비는 무조건 밥이죠. 제가 딱 먹고 싶었던 갈비 맛이에요.
그래도 살도 안 찌고 그랬어.
갈비 살 안 쪄요?
그렇게 많이
아, 많이 먹어도 살안 쪄요?
살이 안 찌는
갈비 너무 맛있어요, 선생님. 양념도 맛있고 고기도 맛있고.
안 짜고면서. 이거 바늘 초등학교 애들이 지금 좋아.
초등학교 애들 좋아해요?
애들이 좋아하지.
이게 하나도 안 짜요. 하나도 안 짜서 쌈장 넘어가도 될
Oh,
정도로.
yeah. Yes, I did see the new DJI Pocket 4, but I'm holding out to see what the Pocket 4 Pro looks like. For the GoPro, I'm still trying to figure out how I can utilize that in my current configuration, if I should. I mean, it does provide a very small form factor, which is great. Lack of autofocus, and what was the other thing? Whether or not the Mission 1 Pro has stabilization active for, well, I guess it should, for the Micro Four Thirds lens.
맛있어. 갈비 2인분 더 주세요.
가서 내가 또 판박가야지.
감사합니다. 아니 오늘 시간이 없으니까 빨리 구우면서 먹어야 돼요. 너무 맛있다. 돼지갈비는 이 간장 양념에 양파가 제일 잘 어울리거든요. 와, 감사합니다. 와, 냄새 진하다. 청국장 냄새. 엄청 진해. 요즘에 청국장 시키면은 약간 된장 반 청국장 반인 느낌이 많았는데 얘는 진짜 찐 청국장 냄새 난다. 와, 된장찌개 맛 나는 맛이 아니라 진짜 청국장 맛. 여기 상추가 엄청 잘 어울리네. 어머머머, 안 돼. 아, 쌈 싸먹다 안놈 팔았어. 뒤집지 않으면 실례. 뭐야? 갈비 식으면 진짜 차이 많이 나는데 식어도 쫄깃쫄깃 너무 맛있네.
맛있게 먹으면서 살아주네. 정말 잘한다.
고기 몇 인분 드세요? 4인분? 와.
직접 직원적으로 나가니까 그거.
직업적.
우리는 친구들하고 만나면
네.
고기 삭설이야 내가.
아.
고깃집이는 고기를 많이 먹고 떡집이면 떡집이 엄마가 떡을 많이 먹기 싫어.
아.
1인분은 대략 200 얼마 돼요. 200, 40 정도 돼요.
와.
All right. Has any fried chicken made it up to Brizzy? I'm not in Brizzy, so I have no idea. The only Korean fried chicken joint that's sort of franchised is Nene's Chicken. That's probably the only Korean type of franchise fried chicken up here in Darwin. There are Korean restaurants around that do offer that, but in terms of like a franchise type based, Nene Chicken's probably the only one. Ooh. All right, let's. Might talk about this then. Okay, let's do that. Do that. Do the switch. Do this. Do this. Right, does that all fit? All right, let's record. Okay. Here we have all the parts for. Actually, ugh. Here we have all the parts for the rig. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Okay. Here are all the parts for the rig. In the center, we have a 3D printed design to encompass all these parts. Here we have a voltmeter display. Here we have a I don't even know what that's called. Here we have a USB Type-C and a USB power board. Here we have a simple on-off switch. Here is the Azito plate with the 2 soldered wires. And on the bottom is a 15mm rails. Rails? Rods. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, let's have a look and see. And yeah, it's to suit the 15mm rods. It's about 14.9. Yeah. That's not all the parts. I'm missing a few parts. What the fuck? Okay, that's one. Okay, here we go. All good. All good. Okay, the first thing I want to do is to install the 15mm rail to the 3D printed rig. Rig? Case? What do I want to call this? Yeah, rig. Yeah, okay. Okay. Chassis. Yeah. I don't know what you want to call this. This is printed using PETG. So it's a lot more stronger than standard PLA. All right. So we have some cutouts to insert these square nuts. Hang on. Sorry. My monitoring headset is on, and unfortunately sometimes the mic picks up the monitoring as well. So okay, we will now insert the square nuts to the base of this rig. Then we will align the rails along with these two bolts. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck it. We'll just probably speed run this. We will now install the battery mounting system. So we'll feed the cable through the slot and then run it up through here and then insert it through this hole. Now we will use the T10 torque bit to screw in these bolts. We will now use the T10 torque bit to install these screws. Ay, 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 ay. Tensile strength. I don't actually know. I don't think 3D printed filaments work that well under tensile loading. Under compression loading, it might be better suited. I could be wrong, but some brands might have a higher loading compared to others. So yeah. All right, I've stopped recording. I'm just now going to manhandle this installation. Okay. Yeah, yeah. But I don't know if you would want an electric one, especially when dealing with torque heads. Right? Because you would there'll be a higher chance of stripping them faster, right? No, I don't have an electric screwdriver. At least in this type of a form factor. Okay, let's start recording. Okay, I have installed the mounting plate to the 3D printed rig. And just a quick test, we will now slide this battery into this rig. And we have solid contact, and now we will eject and eject. All right. Okay. There was... Okay, this might be a problem. There was a clamp or electrical contact. Oh, we're going to have to get a new one. Damn it. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, it's here. Literally in front of me. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's have a look at this. So essentially, what this is it will just become a USB, another USB power bank. That's essentially what this is. If you break it all down, is utilizing a drill battery and converting it into a power bank using these USB Type C and USB Type A ports. Now, with the 50mm rail mounting system, I can now mount it onto a camera rig, which then I'll be able to utilize USB Type C or USB Type A to power a camera or other things on the camera rig itself. Okay, let's see here. Let's move that. Let's go here. Okay, we will now crimp the positive in on this main line using this particular terminal. This is a female blade wire rated at 4mm, tab at 6.3mm. Is it cheaper to buy Zeta than power bank? So the point of utilizing this type of setup is to offset, or is to, in comparison to say a V-mount battery, which is also designed to be rigged onto camera rigs. So utilizing a drill or power tool battery will bring the cost down considerably, considering it's only going to be powering 2 devices anyway. So a single 99 watt hour V-mount battery, I believe, can be upwards of about $180 Australian. Whereas if you were to purchase on some special sales, if you were to purchase a Zeto 3-pack 4 amp hour battery, so that's 4 amp hour battery for $99. So you get more, essentially more bang for your buck. Okay, let's now start the process. Okay, let's now strip the positive. Let's now insert this down. Then let's install this. Should that be like that? Or should I have made it more longer? We don't want it too long. Okay. Let's now do. Oh, shh. Okay. Yes, so I like the idea of multi-purposeness. So if I'm able to utilize a drill battery other than power tools, then I'll be using it for other things as well. Right, we have crimped one terminal onto the positive input, and that will attach to this switch. And then the other terminal will be connecting to the positive of the voltmeter as well as the positive of this USB-C, USB-A power source device. Power source? Yeah. All right, let's bring that in. Oh, okay. Some of these terminals are very finicky at times, so yeah. Let's. So this would go here like so. Okay. Did that just move? It did move. Okay. I try not to. I try not to go to JK every weekend. Okay. All right, I'm now going to wire strip all these cables. Oh wow, why isn't it gripping? Actually, I don't need to strip these wires. Okay. In order for me to minimize the use of soldering, I've decided to get these connectors. So these connectors work by inserting cables in and then crimping down this button, and that will bind all the cabling into one connector. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. So what we will need to do now is to connect. You should be able to, as long as the cables aren't too thick. So now that I've remembered about it, I don't need to actually strip these cables. Because there's a small blade on the inner of this crimp thing, and that will bind all the cables together. So all the negatives would need to be in one connector. So let's now zoom in so you can kind of see this at work. So this, you can add 3 cables in. I don't know if you can just see those 3 circles. So now I can insert all one cable in, and you have to feed it all the way through. And then we'll get another cable, feed that all the way through. So you have to feed the cable all the way through. This one's not going all the way through. Let me try in the center. Why isn't it? The other cable can feed all the way through. Okay, that's one. Okay, cable number 2. And then cable number 3. So I need to feed it all the way to this end here. But for some reason, this particular cable doesn't want to feed. Yeah, doesn't want to feed. Okay, I might have to... Yeah, one of the cables didn't want to fit in. So I think because it was too just a little bit too thick. Brute force would just bend the cable. So it needs to go further. Yep, there we go. All right. So we have all 3 cables pushed all the way through. Yep, so we have all 3 cables pushed all the way through. And now, with a pair of pliers, these aren't even good fucking pliers, I will now clamp this down. Oh my God. Yep. It's not clamped all the way down because these aren't really great pliers. You don't need a hammer. You're supposed to use just hand tools. So yeah, I don't have the right tools for the job, but I will make do. Okay. I think I got it. Oh my God. All right, so all the negatives are now on one connector. And now I will need to crimp. How did I do this? How did I plan to do this before? Ah, yep. Okay. For the red one, oh, this might be too thick. Thick. Yep. This might be too thick to feed into. Yep. This is way too thick. All right. I'm going to have to find. Let's see. All right, we're going to do something that's okay. So, what I will need to do now is to crimp. I need to do now is to. Where is the yellow? Get this here. Yeah, this is not the right sizing. Let's do another one. All right, let's do this. So the fireworks stream is tomorrow night, assuming they are going to have fireworks in this economy. I don't know. But the main fireworks, where the public's allowed to light off fireworks, is July 1st. Whereas for a opening event, that's tomorrow. Why aren't you popping out? Anything exciting around your area? Oof. So tomorrow is the opening of Mindle Beach Markets. And that is held every year. Do I need to? So they generally have fireworks on the opening night, which is on a Thursday, or as well as fireworks on the closing night, which is near the end of the year before the wet season starts up. Bankstown. Oof. And let me guess, you don't need a permit for that either, do you? All right. I'm probably doing everything wrong here, but let's see. Okay. Next to Bankstown Airport, where the Popo Top Chopper takes off. Wow. Okay. Okay, this is another crimp close-up. Again, we need to make sure all the cables feed all the way to the end. Okay, that was way more easier than the other one. Oh, I didn't know there was a limitation on nighttime flying. Because in Darwin, planes arrive late afternoon, and they also arrive around about 12 p.m. and then they take off at about 1:30 a.m. So they arrive at 12 a.m. and then take off about 1:30 a.m. At least for flights to Melbourne that I've been on, or the red eyes. All right, let's now apply the clamp down. Okay, looks like all three positives have been clamped down. So now let's feed the cabling in through the hole. So all Sydney flights here. Sydney, Melbourne. Although from what I've been told, some of the services have changed as well. So Qantas, from what I understand, used to be great because you're able to take an afternoon flight and arrive, or take a morning flight and arrive in Darwin at the afternoon. However, now some of the Qantas flights have now changed to red eye, and that's made not a lot of people not happy about that, because you're paying, as a Qantas flight, you're paying quite a substantial fee for the premium of it all. Some hotels, you might have to give them a heads up that you're what flight you're taking and what time you're arriving, so then they're aware of that type of incoming. Shh. Oh, no. I messed up. I messed up. Well, I've got a pack of 40, so it's just I messed up. It's just these are limited length of wires, so it's not a big deal. It's just now I have to make sure. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I guess though, if it's happened to this one, then it's probably going to happen to the other ones too. JPR, welcome in. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. My attempt at soldering or at installing stuff is laughable. Yes, a professional at work here. Very professional. All right. So I wanted to avoid by using the solderer. So I didn't want to use it because I wanted to make this as easy enough to manage and follow. But unfortunately, I messed up, and now I must. Hang on. Do I have enough cabling? Is this might be enough. I'm working on a hang on, let me get this. I'm working on a rig so that I can use a power tool battery to provide power to cameras as via USB. So let's now start fresh. So I will now trim this. I will now have to trim this. So that's now disposed. It's now disposed as well. So the thing that I messed up on was I didn't insert these cables prior to crimping those all the cables together. That's why I kind of freaked out. But now that I've pulled it apart and I've realized that some of these terminals aren't really great, I'm going to have to solder the cabling to the terminals. So that kind of was a blessing. Kinda. I also attempted to try and rush this without thinking clearly. So let's. Okay, there's no way for me to do that. So let's. So I need to get this installed to here. All right. So I wanted to avoid soldering as much as I can, but it does seem that may not be the case. So let's continue onward and forward. Forward, onward, onward, forward. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. Also, how's things, JPR? Hope you're doing well. All right, we're gonna have to solder this. It's gonna fling up at me. So quiet. Yes, I do have quite a bit of Ozito tools. Drill, impact driver, sander, vacuum cleaner, reciprocating saw, blower, whipper snipper. I'm not sure what you guys call it over there. Okay, so now I need to get this cable. And not melt anything. Oh my god. Look at that. Outdoors. Okay. Did I pull another one out? No, not in a safe. Define lithium batteries. What, in what way? Okay, I don't think I can use that. I need to look for an actual, might be too thin. So that cable would be... What do you mean by out of control? All batteries have that. If you're not careful, all batteries can go out of control. But what do you mean by that? Right, let's put it down. Hopefully this has the right... Cool. Let's do that. Fire safety. Ads are on. Ads are on. Back. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Okay. I've managed to resolder and crimp the terminal to this cable, another longer length cable. So I'll normally use a Samsung S21 Ultra as my personal driver. Okay. So that is this. So we need boom, boom, boom. The kind, yeah. I don't have the Note 7, so I actually don't know. I haven't updated the OS or UI in such a long time. Probably should. Dang it, why is it so... The S21 Ultra? No, the S21 Ultra is fine. I don't think I've ever heard of, other than the Galaxy Note 7, which was like almost 10 years ago, I don't think I've ever heard of another phone that was deemed unsafe to fly. Okay. Right, let's clamp down. Okay. So the negative ones have been cramped. And now we need one more for the positive. So we need positive here. Then we need this positive here, and then we need this positive here. So 3 positives. Okay. And let's crimp that down. Okay. I should actually check that now. Okay, we have all items crimped and ready to be installed. First of all, I want to make sure that the switch actually works and everything powers on correctly. So we'll just install this without installing it into the rig itself. You kidding me? Okay, this is a worry because that's not feeding into. Let's try this one for this. Okay, that fits fine. Let's go here. Okay, now let's install the battery. Right, so we have a voltage reading, and we also have an indicator light for the USB Type-C and USB Type-A power source. All right, let's let's flick it on. All right, we have a voltmeter display, and we have a power on for this USB Type-C, USB Type-A power output. So let's turn off. Let's now remove the battery. Is the reason you took it apart to add the LED voltage readout? No. The reason I took it apart is so I can record this. Because I when I assembled everything together, I did it so quick, I forgot to take photos and record. And this would actually make some good content for YouTube content. Son of a bitch. One of the crimps, one of the terminals decided not to play nice. Okay, let's try again. Oh, this is good. Okay, let's just stop the recording because it is taking up hard drive space because I think I'm recording at a higher bit rate compared to the stream. So let's tourist attractions. Yeah, so the main tourist attractions are pretty. They're mainly during the dry season. So there's the jumping crocodiles. You can go to Alice Springs if you want, but that's like a 2-hour flight and then another 4-hour travel time just to get to Alice Springs, just to get to the Ayers Rock or Uluru. So let's crimp. Let's get the solder up and running. Let's add this. Oh, actually, we can. No, we need to add the sleeve. Damn it. Okay. All right, let's try again. Where are we? Battery. And let's turn on. 20 volts. Output power. Off. Now I don't have like a hobby hammer. Oh. Okay. Let's. Yeah. Yes, I have. I have had an electric shock before. Yes. Have you? Has anyone here had an electric shock? A couple. It's not as bad. I mean, it's bad. It's not as bad. All right. Let's now attach the switch. Oh shit. All right, let's try again. All right, so I've installed the switch. I will now insert. I've installed the switch. I will now install the voltmeter LED display. And now I will install the USB power output to the top panel. Ooh. All right. All right, let's do one more test. All right, we have a voltmeter, we have an active power output via USB Type C and USB Type A. Let's now install the top panel. And that is it. A 3D printed case to mount a power tool battery such that we have a voltmeter display of how much voltage there is in the battery, as well as having a USB Type-C power delivery and a USB Type-A quick charge port as well. Yeah, so these screws do, so I've made the hole for where these screws screw down a little bit smaller than they should be. so the screws themselves will be able to bite down. That took a lot longer than it should, and it used so much more resources than it should have. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Yep, that's Gonski's. This might be usable. Gonski's. Okay. Okay, here we have a camera cage, and here we have our power tool rig that we can mount now using the 50mm rails onto these 50mm rods. Now we'll just cycle that down. Might actually work better with the camera installed, so I might undo these. Probably not anytime soon. I think I'll just add that to here. Okay, we will now install the battery. Oh, what do we call this? I don't know what to call it, to be honest. Because this here is a rig. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Let's move that there. Right, let's now mount the rig to the camera. That's not it. Oh, we need to. Okay, where is my electrical tape? There we go. Bit of tape. Okay, now we can install the battery plate to a camera cage using the 15mm rails. And now we can install the battery power on. Shit, where did I put it? I now have a dummy battery which suits into this particular camera that can be run off USB type A. And now we can power on the camera. Set it to English. And now this camera. Damn, okay. Let's power off. Let's try again. So now I can power on the camera using the dummy battery that is now connected to the USB type A port of this battery plate. So now I have a camera that is now powered off using a power tool battery, which is then connected to a USB hub, which outputs a power into the dummy battery of this camera. Okay, let's see. Ooh, what can I say? You're afraid to overclock your stuff at this point and lose the gear in the process. You can't afford 1,000 replace RAM. Yeah, that's true. It's crazy. It's crazy how everything's just insanely expensive. Pound delivery. Yep. So that is the rig. So now this is the rig using a power tool battery to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. Ooh. All right, that's okay. That was a process. That was definitely a process. Things didn't go the way I wanted to. It took quite a lot longer than I should have. Ooh, what is this? Yes, so so this battery is from a power tool, and I will show you. Let me just power down everything here. All right, so let's remove this battery. Yeah. Switching to your power tool is always faster than reloading. True. So the whole point of what I've just done is... Why did that rhyme? Is... Hang on. So this here is a V-mount battery, which is a industry type standard for cameras as well as lighting and monitors as well. Now this is also another V-mount battery. Both of these are rated at 99 watt hours each. This is an older version, so it only has the one D-tap type port that is being used to charge this battery, whereas the new one actually has USB type C, USB type A ports, as well as some 12 volt and 8.4 volt DC outputs. The price of a V-mount battery such as this with all the ports is about $180 for a 99 watt hour capacity V-mount battery. So what I am intending to do is to build essentially a plate which will convert a power tool battery to output USB type A and USB type C power delivery. So essentially what I have created is a power bank using a power tool battery as a battery source. So let's take a closer look at the bracket. Oh, we shouldn't call it a bracket. We need to come up with a different name. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. That's a good question. Costing. Let's bring it down. All right. So essentially what I have created is a bracket that converts a power tool battery into essentially a USB power bank. And because most of current batteries, currently the cameras available can be powered off via USB Type-C. So there's no question as to whether or not this can provide power to a current modern camera. As well as having a secondary USB port to provide power to other devices as well. Now the great thing about this particular type of configuration is that if this particular power tool battery depletes, you can quickly change it over to a more charged battery and continue on with what you're shooting with. Now, for 3, and these are rated at 4 amp hours at 18 volt, or if you were to put it into a standardized capacity, this here is a 99 watt hour capacity battery. This here is 72 watt hours of battery capacity in one of these. So 72, 99. For a power tool battery, this can be purchased for okay, let's go Azito. So for one battery, power tool battery, the 4 amp hour one, it is rated at 72 watt hours. It is currently for sale. Oh, web. It is currently for sale for $69 for a single power tool battery, but you can buy 3 of these for $99. So these are more budget orientated batteries as opposed to, say, Ryobi or DeWalt or Makita. So yeah, you can buy 3 of these batteries, and these are all 4 amp each for the price of $99, or if you wanted to, buy a single one for $69 for a single one. Whereas the newer 99 watt hour V mount battery, I believe, is it's priced at, why aren't you, okay, Amazon. No point. Yeah, and being a power tool battery, you can use it for other things as well, such as a power tool. For a V-mount battery, which is very specific for using in camera gear, as long as you have the correct voltage, you can use it for other things as well. I mean, you can use this as a power bank if you wanted to. But the cost of this is it's on sale now, but normally it costs $189.99 for one of these. Yeah. Whereas if you were to purchase a single battery, it's $69, and the parts in order to assemble all of this here, so the mounting plate, which came from a USB power hub skin, that was about $20. The voltmeter was about $10. The USB-C power output bracket was about $30, so it is quite expensive. And then the switch was about $5. So 20 29, so 20, 50, 60, 70. $70 for all the parts, and maybe another $10 for the 3D print, and probably another $10 for the bracket itself. So about $90 just to build this. I did buy all of these from the local electronics store, so it is a higher price margin. You can probably find these parts on Amazon, eBay, or AliExpress for a lot cheaper. I bought them here in Darwin because I wanted to start use on this project. So you could probably bring the price down dramatically if you were to purchase from other vendors as well. But say, let's call it $90 maximum just for this bracket, and then $69 recommended retail. So 90, 70, so $160 for this entire system. And then you can buy another, or you can buy a 3-pack for $100. So essentially you can buy 3 of these for $99, and then the amount, and then about $90 for this. That's about $190 for this, but you get 3 4-amp hour battery. So yeah, I developed this for having a multi-use for these power tool batteries. So it's not just for using power tools. You can use it to now essentially run it as a power bank, which with modern cameras utilizing USB Type-C, as well as dummy batteries and such, you can then power anything else. So I think the key as well is making sure that the dummy battery can be connected via standardized USB. Sorry, I missed a question here. Do you have any voltage conversions with those to make them work with USB? It's already compatible. Let me bring up the website that I purchased that particular USB Type A power output bracket. I don't know what the actual terminology is. It unfortunately isn't really as helpful when you're reading that particular one. Let's see. So I assembled all this back in February. Let's see. Did I have it here? I didn't even link it. Okay. I thought I did. Okay, let's have a look and see. Okay, yep, I was right. Right, so let me just okay, so this is the device that I'm using to bring in power from the drill battery so that it can output it as a USB Type-C power delivery or USB Type A. So here are the specs. Input voltage is between 10 volt and 30 volt. So that is within the capacity of this power tool battery. When fully charged, this power tool battery is able to output 21 volts. By the time it reaches low voltage state, it is about 16 volts. And the great thing about these particular batteries, it does have an inbuilt BMS or battery management system, so that once the battery gets to a certain voltage, it will just turn the battery off to protect itself from over draining. I haven't actually done a full longevity test yet, so I might do that at some point during the week. So the USB Type A is able to output 15 watts at 5 volt, 18 watts at 9 volt, or whatever voltage watts that 12 volt is. For USB power delivery, it is able to output 15 It's able to output 15 watts, 18 watts, or 12 times, I don't know what that is. So the max output that this device is able to supply out is 48 watts. So even if we did 15 watts via USB type A and say 18 watts at USB type C in power delivery mode, we are achieving about 33 watts total if we were just utilizing 15 watts on the USB type A and 18 watts on the USB type C. And at the 35 watts of output power, this dual battery will theoretically provide up to 2 hours of runtime, given that it is rated at 72 watt hours. 35 watts being used per hour times up by 2 hours, that it gives you 70 watts over the 2 hour period. And this battery is able to provide up to 72 watts of capacity. So yes. Yep, so 10 volts, lowest input, 30 volts is the highest input this particular device can accept. And yeah, so it is able to run with the varying voltage from the power tool battery itself. So yes, so essentially I've created a power bank that can run off a drill or a power tool battery. Now the difference between, say, something like this and something like this that you can actually purchase right now from the hardware store is that this is limited to 5 volt 2 amps on either port. And let me bring it onto the top down. So 5 volt 2 amps, so that's 10 watts. 5 volt 2 amps, that's also 10 watts. So the maximum that this particular device can output is rated at 10 watts. So if you have two devices connected, you're only supplying 5 volt 1 amp to one device and then 5 volt 1 amp to a secondary device at the same time. So very, very low wattage output from a branded device, whereas something like this, I'm able to output 18 watts via USB type C or 18 watts via USB type A. So yeah, unfortunately I don't have a bar that would visually tell me the level of the battery, so I have to rely on actual voltage state. But you can always just use the inbuilt battery level on most modern drill power tool batteries that has an indicator of battery levels, so you can utilize that if you wanted to just have a visual aid of what is left on the battery itself. Oh, okay. I don't think that was going. I don't think it's going to be as an exciting video. Now, there has been a recent video was made about 6 months ago in regards to this, a very similar type setup, but don't be mistaken, as the oldest video that I have found that has tackled using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera is about 9 years old. So let me have a look. And it's still available on YouTube to watch. So let's see here. 14 years ago. All right, let's browser. Sorry, I've completely forgotten to change scenes. So this YouTube video was released 14 years ago. And then, please don't. This video was released 9 years ago on YouTube. This video was released 5 years ago. This video was released 8 years ago. So there has been quite a few YouTube videos that has tackled this particular project. So it's nothing new. I've decided to tackle it because I wanted to utilize, again, power tool batteries so I can use them beyond its design case. And with the advancement in technologies for USB Type A and USB Type C, and with modern cameras that is able to accept USB Type C power delivery charging, or utilize a dummy battery with a USB Type C or a converter, then that would be a more user-friendly design. A majority of these older YouTube videos all relied on utilizing a barrel jack, a DC barrel jack, which then would require makers to fine-tune voltage conversion devices, which then sometimes is a lot harder than it is. But at least with USB in its current state, with USB Type C and USB Type A, it's all automatically calculated within the USB devices themselves. So yeah, so that takes that hassle out of trying to fine-tune voltages for specific devices, because the USB devices themselves would have that technology built into them to regulate its voltage for some certain devices to use. So yeah, I have built essentially a power tool power bank essentially, that isn't able to charge, so you still have to pull the battery out to charge it. So this is only for converting the power tool battery and outputting it as a USB output. So one of the reasons why I've decided to utilize a pre-existing battery mounting plate is so that I don't have to 3D or design a intricate layout to suit the battery itself. So that is why I've decided to choose to salvage an existing battery plate which is designed to handle these battery mounts. So yeah, another reason I've decided to utilize the railing system is so that I can mount it onto a set of rails for camera rigging. Okay, and then on. Oh. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there's 11 currently. From what I have managed to research, there is currently 11 videos available on YouTube spanning from 14 years ago till now that talks about tackling the idea of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig itself, whether it be for replacement battery costs. Long run time is the main benefit of having such a large, cheap power to run. So yeah, long run time, the power purchase ratio compared to having to buy an original battery for the camera, which won't last 2 hours. You can purchase a power tool battery for almost half the cost, and it will run the camera for a lot longer. That is what I believe anyway. So yes. Yeah, I don't know how this video is going to turn out because I've just been umming and ahhing and shifting across to everything else. So I probably won't go down the rabbit hole of explaining the pros and cons of this type of system. Everyone has their own ideas of what to utilize for their camera setups in themselves. I mean, there's no issue with using a power bank by itself to provide power to USB capable cameras. The only reason why I've decided to tackle this particular project is so that I can repurpose or multi-use power tool batteries with a mounting bracket as well. So I have been able to, in the past, utilize standard power banks to provide long form power to my cameras. It's just I need the power banks to be used for other things within the setup. So yes. Okay, let's have a look and see. Okay, let's see. So that's one of the projects that I wanted to tackle. I think the longest part of the project itself was getting the 3D print to be very to house all these electronics. So ad break. I am testing out these two devices. On the left we have the Pocket 3 along with its RTMP stream. On the right we have the Action 4 connected to a DJI Mobile 7P gimbal with the tracking module enabled as well. So let me just cover the Action 4 so you can see it black out on screen, and then I'll cover the Pocket 3. So Pocket 3 and a poor man's Pocket 3 with tracking.
Lloyd. Milk, please. Bless.
Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. Let's go. Line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the bellow box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off. I think that will raise a few eyebrows for those who want the ability to have a wireless remote control, even a remote control of any sort for the Pocket 3 camera in terms of panning and zooming in as well. Zooming in as well. Okay, let's try again. It's going to do a slow twist. Okay, and then I'll do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully. All right. Let's shift into. Let's shift into editing. So I don't think it's going to be a great video. To be honest. Okay. So now let's. Okay. So I have DaVinci Resolve on screen currently, and let me just play. Okay, I can't hear the Brave DaVinci. Ah, okay, that's why. Let's try again. The power source skin is because. Okay, I can hear the output now, so that's good. I hope. Let me just check stream. Cause the LED light. Yep, okay. I can hear the playback, so that's good. Okay, let's try again. And have a removable. Okay. Okay, that's going to be quite a lot of videos that I'll have to trim down. I think I was recording for quite a long time. Ooh, yeah. Okay, there's 9 videos. Okay, so now we need to paste this in the project. It's probably going to be a lot of filibuster. Okay. Let's now go back into DaVinci Resolve. Let's now add the new videos. Let's go back to browser. Okay, so times. Okay, so here we have a few products from the Ozito brand. Okay, so we can probably cut that there. Battery. Here we have an LED skin, and here we have a drill skin. Oh, okay, we can probably clean that up. Drill skin. Here we have a drill skin. Okay, so here we have a few products from the Ozito brand. Here we have a battery, which is a 4-amp battery. Here we have an LED. Oh, yeah, I can probably trim all the gaps so it doesn't sound too. Battery. Here we have an LED skin. Interesting. Have an LED skin, and here we have a drill skin. Okay, let's see here. Now, I would advise to try and purchase this particular device. Oof, okay, why is that loud? I must have spoken too close into the microphone. It sounds a bit hot. Drill skin. I would advise to try and purchase this particular device. This here is the USB power source skin for the Ozito brand range. Now the reason is the ability to remove this particular adapter plate from this skin. Okay, so we have 4 bolts, and I can't remember what size they are, but I will get to that. So all you need to do is remove 4 of the plate from this skin. So all you need to do is remove 4 of these bolts, and this will be removed, and that will look like this. Okay, so we can probably trim out that. A simple negative pin and positive pin. Okay, we can do that. We can do this. This. We can probably delete. Undo. Select this. A simple negative pin and positive pin. Now the reason why I suggest to use the power source skin is because okay, so here we have. Now the reason why I suggest to use the power source skin is because the LED light doesn't have a removable pin adapter. Neither does the drill itself. Okay, that is the end. Let's just do a quick recap of the beginning of the video. Okay, I'm just recording in OBS, so at least in this particular won't be able. So chat does. So we'll probably go through the whole process of recording. And there really isn't a script at whatever's in my brain at the time. Okay, so that is one. Let's go to here. Oh, skin. Now let's pop it open. Ah, interesting. This here is the Azito USB power source. Here is the Azito. Yes, I'm stumbling on my words. It's fine. This here is the Azito USB power source skin. Now let's pop it open. Here we have a T10 tool, which is used to open up the... What are these called? Hex keys? No, it's not a hex. Here we have a torque bit. Okay, there we go. Bring that down. It does sound quite a bit high. Why is it increased? Here we have a torque bit. This is... Here we have... Okay, we can definitely delete that. Torque bit. This is a T10. I'm just stumbling on my words. And now we will... Don't even know if this... Plate. Open up this plate. Yep, okay, we can probably trim there and trim there. Here we have a torque bit. This is a... Oof, okay. This is a... This... Okay, we can probably trim that. Here we have a torque bit. This is T10. We can then probably do this. Open up this plate. Open T10. Oh, okay. We are missing a thing. And now we will... Yeah, okay. I guess we need to leave that there. And now we will open up this plate. Okay, so we can... Yep, I said I was going to fast forward, so... Done. The USB power source skin. And used... Okay, so we can delete that. We can delete this one. Okay, so this here is the Azito USB power source skin. Now let's pop it open. Here we have a torque bit. This is T10. And now we will open up this plate. Okay, that was... Let's look into here. All right, we have removed all 4 screws. Okay, yep. So we can probably blaze through part of this. All right, we have removed all 4 screws. Now let's pop open this red casing here. I'm just using a flat screwdriver and just wedging in between. Okay, we don't need all of it. We can probably skip to there. Ooh, like electronics. We're not eating anything yet. Recording. Okay, here we have here we have the... Damn it. Okay, so DaVinci doesn't actually have a zoom toggle unless I'm blind. Okay, let's go here. Pop it open. Crack the shell. Here we have the top cover removed from the USB power source skin. And what we need to do now is to remove this circuit board from the base plate. What we need to do now is to remove the circuit board from the mounting plate. Yeah, okay, mounting plate, not base plate. Okay. What we need to do. Okay, done. Delete. What we need to do now is to remove the circuit board from the mounting plate. Okay. Plate. That was a jiggle. Okay. Is these contacts, these WT. What we now need is to remove these prongs from the circuit board and mount them onto this plate. I can hear the telephone ringing in the background. Can you guys hear that? All right. All right. Let's keep that in there. What we now need is to remove these prongs from the circuit board and mount them onto this plate. Can you guys hear that? Okay. Cool. Oh, let's save. Let's move on to the next video. So we need to remove these prongs in order to mount them onto the plate. And what I've done is used a soldering iron. Oh, okay. I've redone it. What we now need. Okay, so I guess we can't use that comedy. It is to remove these prongs from. Yeah, it is pretty funny. All right, let's go here. So we need to remove these prongs in order to mount them onto the plate. And what I've done is used a soldering iron to melt off these solders and remove them. And then bring it to here, break it down. This is what the plate will look like now with the attached prongs. And what I've also done is soldered on a positive cable and a negative cable to this plate. Is that my audio plate? And what I've done is used a soldering iron. It will look like now with the attached prongs. And what I've also done is soldered on a positive cable and a negative cable to this plate. Okay. My hearing must not be cord. Cord. Here we have. Okay, I've done it a couple times. So here are all. Delete. Here are all the parts for the rig. In the center, we have a 3D printed design to encompass all these parts. Here we have a voltmeter display. Here we have a, I don't even know what. Here we have a. Here. Delete. Zoom in. Here we have a USB Type C and a USB power board. And a USB power board. Here we have a simple on-off switch. Here is the Azito plate with the 2 soldered wires. And on the bottom is a 15mm rails. Rods. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, let's have a look and see. Yeah, it's to suit the 14.9. I'm missing a few parts. What? Okay, here we go. So the 15mm rail to the 3 assembly, I think is what this should be it. Okay, the first thing I want to do is to install the 15mm rail to the 3D printed rig. All right, we don't need all of that. We just fast forward. Pet G. My monitoring headset is on. Put these squares to insert. Yeah, I don't know what you want to call this. Along this. Okay, we can probably do like a fast forward effect. Okay, we can delete that one. We will now install the battery mount. We will now install the battery mounting system. So we'll feed the cable through the slot and then run it up through here and then insert it through this hole. Don't need to show all of that. And we use a T10. Probably need this. Oh, okay, done. Through this hole. Now we will use the T10 torque bit to screw in these bolts. We will now use the T10 torque bit to install these screws. Bolts, screws, it's... yeah. We will now use the T10 screws. Oh. Okay, so we can retime controls. What? Okay. Then we can do this. Then we can do this. Oh, okay. We can now. Let's delete that. Now install the battery. We can do retime, undo, retime it to... Okay, so we have at the very least explanation. Here we have this red. What I've done is use what we need. Here we have the top, and what I've also done. Okay, so there's nothing else there. So let's go to here. Install the mounting plate to the 3D printing. Well, there it is. Okay, so if we clear that. Ooh, that did not cut. Why didn't it cut? Okay, I have installed the mounting plate to the 3D printed rig. And just a quick test, we will now slide this battery into this rig. And we have solid contact, and now we will eject and eject. All right. Okay, so what was next? was there was a damn it in front of me. Oh my. So essentially what this is it will just another USB power bank. That's essentially what this is. If you break it all down, is utilizing a drill battery and converting it into a power bank using these USB Type C and USB Type A ports. That's essentially what it is. Yes. Now with the power bank, that's essentially what this is. If you break it all down, is utilize another USB power bank. It will just become a what this is. Ooh, okay, that is very broken up. What this is it will just become a USB, another USB power bank. It is another USB power bank. That's what this is, another USB power bank. That's essentially what this is. If you break it all down, is utilizing a drill battery and converting it into a power bank using these USB Type C and USB Type A ports. Now with the 50 onto a camera, I'll be able to utilize USB Type C or USB Type A to power a camera here. Let's go here. Okay, we can bring that down. Okay, we'll now crimp the positive. Okay, we will now crimp the positive in on this main line using this particular terminal. This is a particular terminal. We don't need to go into specifics because I probably got it wrong. Rated at 4mm. Is it cheaper to buy Zeta than power bank? Is to, in comparison to say a V-mount 9 watt hour V-mount battery, I believe it's 3-4 power more longer. Or should I have made it more longer? Made it more longer. This particular terminal made it more longer. We don't want it too long. Yes, so I like the idea of multi-purposeness. So if I'm able to utilize a drill battery other than power tools, then I'll be using it for other things as well. Right, we have crimped one terminal onto the right, we have crimped one terminal onto the positive input, and that will attach to this switch. And then the other terminal will be connecting to the positive of the voltmeter, as well as the positive of this USB-C, USB-A power source device. Power source? Yeah. All right, let's... Power source device. Okay, delete voltmeter, as well as the positive of a drill battery other than power. We don't want it too long. Made it more longer. Right, we have crimped one terminal onto the positive input, and that will attach to this switch. And then the other terminal will be connecting to the positive of the voltmeter as well as the positive of this USB-C, USB-A power source device. Power source. I try not to. I try not to go to JK every week. Connect. You should be able to of this now one the way through. Of course. So now cable. Let's now let's now zoom in. So let's now zoom in so you can kind of see this at work. So this, you can add 3 cables in. I don't know if you can just see those 3 circles. So now circles. So now I can insert all one cable in, and you have to feed it all the way through. Now I can insert all I can insert one cable in. Insert one cable in, and you have to feed it all the way through. So now I can insert, and you have to feed it all the way. Circles. So now I can insert one cable in, and you have to feed it all the way through. And then we'll get another cable. And then we'll get another cable. Feed that all the way through. All the way through. Why isn't it? The cable can feed all the way through. Feed it all. This particular cable doesn't want to feed. Yeah. It needs to go further. There we go. All right. Yep. There. Feed that all the way through. Yep. There we go. All right. So we have all 3 cables pushed all the way through. Yep. So we have all 3 cables. Feed that all the way through. Yep. So we have all 3 cables pushed all the way through. And now, with a pair of pliers, with a pair of pliers, now put this down. Clamp this down. Right, let me change it to the vice grips. But I will make do. But I will make. Clamp this down. Let's not link clips. Let's delete this one. Clamp this down. Okay. Okay. All right. Do this. How did I plan it? Going to have fireworks in this is because in Darwin the clamp down was prior to crimping those hang on, do I have enough cabling now disposed as well. Feed that all the way through. It was pushed all pliers. So the thing that I messed up on was I didn't insert these cables prior to crimping those all the cables together. That's why I kind of freaked out. But now that I've pulled it apart and I've realized that some of these so it may not look like it's correct. I don't know if you can bet you can positive of this USB-C, USB-A power. So let's now you can kind of see this at work. Power source device. So the thing that I messed up on was I didn't insert these cables prior to crimping those all the cables together. That's why I kind of freaked out. So let's now zoom in. So clamp this down. We dated the definitely fast forward through all this. Okay, this is okay. Another. I don't know. 10 years ago, I don't think I've ever heard of another phone. Okay. Okay. Clamp this down. Okay. Clamp this down. Clamp this down. Okay. So the negative ones have been cramped. Negative ones. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the negative ones have been cramped, and now we need and now we need one more for the positive. So we need positive here. Okay, so we need positive here. Positives. Okay. Okay. And let's crimp that down. And let's crimp that down. I should actually. Okay, we have all items and let's okay, we have all items crimped and ready to be installed. First of all, I want to make sure that the switch actually works and everything powers on correctly. So to be installed. First of all, I want to make sure that the switch actually works and everything powers on correctly. So we'll just install this without installing it into the rig itself. So correctly. So we'll just install this without installing it into the rig itself. Kidding me? This is not feeding into. Okay, now let's install the battery. The rig itself. Install the battery. Right, so we have a voltage reading. Right, so we have a voltage reading, and we also have an indicator light for the USB Type C and USB Type A power source. All right, let's let's flick it on. All right, we have a voltmeter display. Let's flick it on. All right, we have a voltmeter display, and we have a power on for this USB Type C, USB Type A power output. For this USB Type C, USB Type A. Right. Let's flick it on. All right, we have a voltmeter display, and we have a power on for this USB Type C, USB Type A power output. Turn off. Is there voltage reset? No. When I assembled everything together, I did it so quick, I forgot to take photos and record. Make some content. One of the terminals decided not to play. Oh, so I need to save. And let's turn on 20 volts, output power, off. All right, so I've installed the I mean, it's bad. It's not as bad. Oh, attach the let's it's not as bad. I mean, it's bad. It's not as bad. All right. Let's now attach the switch. All right. Let's now attach the switch. Let's try again. All right, so I've installed the All right, so I've installed the switch. I will now insert. I've installed the switch. I've installed the switch. I will now install the voltmeter LED display. And now I will install the USB power output to the top panel. USB power output to the top panel. Right. No. Alright, let's do one more test. Alright, we have a voltmeter, we have an active power output via USB Type-C and USB Type-A. Let's now install the top panel. And that is it. A 3D printed case to mount a power tool battery such that we have a voltmeter display of how much voltage there is in the battery, as well as having a USB Type-C power delivery and a USB Type-A quick charge port as well. Okay, let's bring that across. Ooh. Okay, so what we can do now, add retime controls. Hopefully bring that down to maybe 5 seconds. So this would be like a speed run. Ooh. Undo. Why did the lock undo itself? Ooh, give me a second. Something just popped up. Let me look. Okay, so let's see here. So let's do more. And that is it. A 3D printed case. Okay, so we got one video here. Oh shit. We still got the rest of this. Damn, didn't even scan through it. For where these screws screw down, a little bit smaller than it should. And here we have our... Oh no, yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. This is the video with the... And the microphone was too far. Right, let's now mount the rig. Right, let's now mount the rig to the camera. That's not it. Okay, plate to a... Okay, this should be it. Okay, now we can install the battery plate to a camera cage using the 15mm rails. This... And now we can install the... Oh, okay, let's do that. Select, delete. And now we can install the battery. And power on. Ah, okay. I understand now. I now have a dummy battery which suits into this particular camera that can be run off. I now have a dummy battery which suits into this. I now have a dummy battery which suits into this particular camera that can be run off USB type A. So if we do that, we do this. USB type A. And now we can power on the camera. This camera. So now I can power on the camera using the dummy battery that is now connected to the USB type A port of this battery plate. To the USB type A port of this battery plate. So now I have a camera. So now I have a camera that is now powered off using a power tool battery, which is then connected to a USB hub, which outputs a power into the dummy battery of this camera. Okay, so we got 2 more videos left, or 2 more clips to do. So now this is the rig using a power tool battery to provide power to the camera, as well as so now this is the rig using a power tool battery to battery to provide power tool battery to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. Okay, so that was a long ass video. Alright. Okay, install the battery. I'm not sure what I'm doing. For this USB Type C, USB Type A power output. Hobby hammer. Okay, so we don't need that. What's this one? Attach the switch. For this USB Type C, USB Type A power. And we have a Okay, so I think we've almost done the video. Okay, so here we have a few products from the Ozito brand. Here we have a battery, which is a 4-amp battery. Here we have an LED skin, and here we have a torque bit. Okay, we'll undo that. Here, power board. Here we have a simple on-off switch. Here is the Ozito plate with the 2 soldered wires. And on the bottom is a 15mm rails. Okay, the first thing I want to do is to install the 15mm rail to the 3D printed rig. We'll now install the battery mounting system. All right. Okay, what is this? That's contact, and now we will eject. It was a so essentially what this is, another USB power bank. That's essentially what we have. Solid contact, and now we will eject and eject. What this is, another USB power bank. That's essentially what this is. If you break it all down, is utilizing a drill battery and converting it into a power bank using these USB Type C and USB Type A ports. Okay, we will now crimp the positive, and we on this main line use, and then the other terminal kind of freaked out. So you can kind of see this at work. Okay, we have all installed the battery. Power display. We have evolved the top panel. So now, okay, so okay. So then we need to add all those images, but I need to add them from pictures, screenshots. Then I need to get all the links. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 screenshots. Let's paste it into the project. Paste within the bin. We'll now add everything within this section. Dang it, hang on. I need to rename these. 1495. 14. Doro! How are you? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. How has today been for you? Weak man! Yeah, nothing really new. Just did some testing and doing some videos, editing now with the camera battery rig using a power tool battery. Just working like actual work or commission work. Oof, hang on. What's this? 8 years. Paste. Both-ish? Okay. Wait, do you have a actual job now or no? One year ago. Okay. Interesting. Freelance. Yeah, no, I've got it going. I've got it going. I had it going since the beginning of February. I just when I worked on the project, I worked on it so quick, I forgot to take photos and videos. So I've since pulled it apart, changed over some connectors, and then just refilmed it again today. So now I'm in the process of editing. So yeah, 4 months. So essentially it's just a giant power bank converting a wait, why is this 14.9? Hang on, I'm missing something, so I don't want to stuff up here. Yes. This one I think we have. $14, okay. Okay, we can delete this one. We can delete this one. Poor man. We can delete this one. Yes, okay. So there is eight videos. All right, let's go back to DaVinci. Change scenes, import images. Okay, so we've got so here we have a few products from the Ozito brand. Here we have a battery, which is a 4-amp battery. Here we have an LED skin, and here we have a drill. Yeah, I haven't tested it yet. I'm still on DaVinci 20, so I haven't updated to 21 yet, but I will. I will. All right, let's see. So eventually, yes. I think what I need to do is to record this view, then overlay all the videos on screen. Yep, okay. This particular project isn't in something. This particular project isn't something new. The oldest video I have searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old, and there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Okay. Oh no, that's my business logo, but I'm also using it as a logo for the YouTube content. If you have a look at it, it is my face. My actual face. Yeah. Okay, I don't think I can hear myself. So it's a face of me looking down on you, and then there's a side profile face in a more smooth vectorized design. So yeah, very, very interesting. Okay, here we go. So what I'll need to do now is to then add that most recent video that I just recorded on OBS. So yeah, that's how I'm doing these videos now, is instead of recording everything in one go, I would record a section or a couple of sections, drag it into DaVinci Resolve, start editing, and then whatever information I have missed out on, I'll just quickly switch back to OBS, record the face camera or whatever, and then input that into DaVinci and then edit. So I would record and edit on the fly at the same time. Yes, you do for close quarter combat, close quarter your reels, for sure. You definitely need that. For sure. Okay, let's now import videos. This one here, and we can drop that here. Now let's do this. This particular project isn't something. Okay, we can trim that off. This particular project isn't something new. The oldest video I have searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old, and there's man, I look tired as in this video. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. I have searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old. Okay, so now I can start overlaying the boom. So we can shrink that down, bring this across. The intro to I have the power. I have the power. I don't really need all of it because you can probably get away with that. So there are so far 8 videos that are currently searchable on YouTube. So 14 years ago is when this particular type of project was being used. Okay, let's have a look. What was the crop? 670. Let's go. Oh, 666. 666. Let's bring this one in now. So this has a crop of 666. And weak man. 0.5. 0.50. All right, we can probably put that over here. Bring it up. Then we can bring 8 years ago. And then just slowly stagger it until the final boss. We go 666. 1, 2, 3. Uh, 0.50. Nice. Mm-hmm. 8 years, 5 years, 5 years, 8 months, 1 year. Okay. So boom, 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 boom. Okay. So this one we need 666. Then shrink, drag across. Okay, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, what's this one? The same principle. 666. Bring it up higher. Then pause. Of this one here is also 66. And then yep. Yeah, we'll drag that one there. So 9 years. We can probably go up higher. Drag across. We can probably extend that. 5 years. We can bring that up. 8 months. And then last but not least, we can shrink this. Okay, let's see how it looks. 14 years old. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery. I can probably stagger this out more. Battery to there are several other videos which okay, we can stagger this out a little bit more. Okay, let's have a look. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Okay. So it isn't something particular new. Project isn't something new. The oldest video I have searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Okay, all right, cool. I need to make another video. Given that most modern cameras can be powered from USB Type-C power delivery, my particular setup will utilize USB as opposed to using a DC to DC converter. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Let's now navigate, find the recorded video, paste it into the project. Let's go back to DaVinci. Let's now import the video and drag and drop onto here. The Pocket 4, it from a IRL point of view, so far there's no real benefit, at least from what I see. Why is that? But from a content creator point of view, there is quite a bit of extra features that I think will make it beneficial. First thing I think is the inbuilt storage. Wrong. The inbuilt storage I think is very beneficial for content creators. The ability to enable hand gesture tracking as well, I think is a good feature, considering you're going to be a certain distance away and then you forgot to enable face tracking. So you can just do the hand gestures to trigger. And I think you can also zoom in as well using hand gestures. Other than that, I'm not sure. I am going to wait if they were to release the Pocket 4 Pro variant. Considering how expensive memory is, yeah. But it does mean that you will have to buy new accessories specific for the Pocket 4, because I don't think the Pocket 3 accessories is compatible with the Pocket 4, at least from me looking at it. I haven't delved too much into it, so yeah. Setup will... Okay, let's have a look here. Given that most modern cameras can be powered from USB Type-C power delivery, my particular setup will utilize oh, what did I do? Undo. Given that most modern cameras can be powered from USB Type-C power delivery, my particular setup will utilize USB as opposed to using a DC to DC converter. Converter. Okay. So let's... Okay. This particular project isn't something new. Of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Given that most modern... So here we have a few products from the Azito brand. Here we have a battery, which is a 4-amp battery. Here we have an LED skin. And here we have a drill skin. I would advise to try and purchase this particular device. This here is the USB power source skin for the Ozito brand range. Now, the reason is the ability to remove this particular adapter plate from this skin. So all you need to do is remove 4 of these bolts, and this will be removed, and that will look like this. A simple negative pin and positive pin. Now, the reason why I suggest to use the power source skin is because the LED light doesn't have a removable pin adapter, neither does the drill itself. Okay, I forgot to add the charger. That should be fine. Should be fine. This here is the, okay, so we went through the history, and there are several other. We went through what's different with mine. We went through why this particular adapter is needed. We went through the breakdown. Now assemble. And assemble, so installation, what's this one, testing, mounting and rigging. So now I can power on the camera using the dummy battery that is now connected to the USB, is then connected to a, so now to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. Okay, I could probably put that in the beginning. To provide power. So now this is the rig using a power tool battery to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. Okay. I could probably use this in the beginning of the video. Yes. To provide power. This particular project isn't something new. The oldest. Okay, so we will quick showcase, quick history, what's different about mine, full assembly, and then the final bit will be actual runtime and battery calculations. So now this is the rig using a power tool battery to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. A camera, as opposed to using a DC to DC converter. So here we have a few products from the AZ. Okay, I think that kind of makes sense. I think that kind of makes sense in terms of the flow of the edited video. Is do I need to do like an actual introduction? Well, I can't really do that, so I need to do. Could I just use that then? Could I just use... So now this is the rig using a power tool battery to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. Okay, so this particular project, that's a very quick thing. So we don't really need... I mean, everything's here. I can do it literally right now. But okay, so we've gone through a quick overview of what the end product looks like, the history of other projects from other people, what mine is different to other ones, and then we go through the whole process of parts and assembly. Oh. Okay, so we might need to make another video specific to the parts. Now, I don't actually have any photos of those. I might have a photo from the parts that I have. Is that even a photo though? No. So maybe a 3D model show off from Tinkercad. Yeah, so that will probably take a minute. Show some of the parts. Show the 3D model. Yep, okay. So show off the actual parts themselves. A voltmeter, the power board, the switch, the A0 USB power source. Because I don't actually explain why I have these parts. So that's probably something that I can get done. Okay, so I've talked about, as opposed to using a DC to DC converter, the Azito brand, here we have a, okay, so I need to explain why I chose the parts that I've chosen. Because Monkey did bring up an interesting question earlier, is whether or not the USB power board is rated for the voltages that I am going to be using. So I could probably explain that in a video or in a recording. The voltmeter is just there as a indicator. The switch is a switch. And then the power source will be explained 3D. Okay, so we need the 3D model. So I can explain the voltmeter by using the picture. I can explain the power board by using the picture and stats. And 3D model. Okay. So then all that's left is an actual video of the runtime of a fully powered 4-amp battery to runtime power. Although, how do I record that? I don't think I can do it live. I think I need to use two cameras. I'll have the main rig with the screen on, even though that consumes power, but it's the best option. So I'll have the camera, the main camera on with the screen active, recording, and then I'll have another camera just recording the screen. That way then we can do a time lapse of start recording, because with the screen off, it's hard to determine whether or not the main camera is active. So okay, let's prep a few things. All right, let's save this first. I keep forgetting to save. Let's bring up the page. Okay, so this is the page. So not DaVinci, this one. So these two don't even matter. Oh, they're audio sources. Hang on. I keep forgetting to change it. Yes. So I haven't tried the hotel one. I've tried the other one, along with the cooling pillowcase, as well as the blanket. And it's good. I like it. It is comfy. It is very comfortable. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we need... So I need to show this. Okay, so let's screenshot that. And I can add it to yeah, okay, we can add this. We can add this as a source. Oh, copy. No, we don't want the copy. We want cut, editing, images, paste. Okay, let's go back to browser. It's got to be a quicker way to change these. All right, so we have that. We have history. We have what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we now need to explain why the parts I'm using. Okay, so let's go here. Let's my particular. Okay, let's now import more of the images, and then we'll use this and this. Crop. I selected the wrong one. Okay, let's bring that in. Let's bring that up. And then the second one, we can bring that down, move it across, zoom. Okay, how's that look? Okay. So that's one. What is... Okay, so that's one. Let's have a look. Let me look at voltmeter. This is pretty self-explanatory, I think. Voltmeter, and then specifications. Okay. Let's have a look and see. So we can add it into there. Cut. Paste. Import. Okay, so we need that one. That one. Hey, Weekman, anything new on the horizon? Any more oh, we can bring them all in. Any more bookings? Bookings? We'll be going to the racetrack. Oh. The horse one, right? Horse track. Horsing around. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. And this one we need to bring it around to here. Bring it down. Ooh. I guess I'm gonna have to bring it up higher. Bottom. Don't think we need. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe bring a couple of power banks, because you're able to charge the MPF USB Type-C. So those MPF batteries can be charged at a rate of 30 watts. So if you use one, then, but you have to make sure whatever power bank you're using, it has to have a high capacity output via USB Type-C in order for the MPF battery to accept it as incoming charging and not necessarily push out charging back to the power bank. Okay, let's see here. We can go up. Yes, we can. Okay, and then the bottom, we can do that. Okay. So, right, so we have this one, we have this one. All right, so we explained that, we explained that. Then we need the 3D print model. Okay, let me bring up Tinkercad. Then we can chat about that. Because I do have a browser configuration that we can actually talk about. iPad mini DIY DS power. Okay, let me duplicate this. All right, let's. So the desktop. Why? Where's the? Okay. Everything is. Okay, we can delete that one. Delete that one. Delete that one. We can. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Undo, undo. All right, we probably keep. So this will represent the battery. Yes. We can delete these ones. Okay. Ooh, okay, let's see. Okay, this probably we don't need. Okay. So let's go here. So this is the 3D model. Okay, give me a second. I just need to double check the audio. Because I know that I have been having some serious audio issues throughout today's stream. Okay, I can hear the audio. Alright, so let's. Can I make these disappear? Okay, yep, I can toggle them off and on. So we will. Okay, so this one we can hide. This one we can hide as well. Okay, hide. Unhide will show everything. So let's. Whoa, why is it? Oh, because of the rest of the items. Right, let's switch over to browser mode. Browser mode still stuck in okay. How do I make Okay, so we have that. We can disable top camera. So let's do that. Browser. Okay, so we can. Okay, so we need to drag it a bit more across. So can I... Okay, so... Ooh. 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 Oh, shit. Nope. Where's the browser? Okay, this is the 3D model I have created in Tinkercad, and it is designed to house the power tool battery along with the power surface mount, along with the voltmeter and a switch, and the USB Type-C power mount. What am I doing? All right, I can click on this. Start again. Oh, that might be too quick of a button to click. Back, 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 back. This is a 3D printed model. No, not printed. This is a 3D model I have developed in Tinkercad, and it's designed to house all the components needed for this power tool battery supply. Okay, let's go back here. I have designed this to be able to mount the voltmeter as well as the USB-C and USB Type-A surface panel mount, as well as the Ozito battery mount. I have also inserted holes onto the base of this model to house the 15mm rods, to house the 15mm rail, to house the rail that can mount onto 15mm rods. Okay, let's go to DaVinci Resolve and let's go through here. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. As you can see, it can operate between a voltage of 10 volts all the way up to 30 volts. And what is more interesting is that this particular panel has the ability to output 48 watts maximum using both ports, using both the USB-C power delivery port as well as the USB-A port. Okay. This one here. I've decided to use a voltmeter display just, how do we? And to quickly gauge how much power is left, I have also incorporated this voltmeter. I have also incorporated this voltmeter. Yeah. And I have also incorporated this voltmeter to give me a digital display of how much power is left in the battery. Yep. So we did a 3D model, the USB panel, and the voltmeter. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's begin the process of now transferring these newly recorded videos into the project folders to keep everything all allocated and I can't remember the word at the moment. Apologies. Okay, let's import video. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so let's see. So we have this. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, it was almost within reason. Okay, let's go here. Okay, let's bring this to here. Oh, undo. Oh, browser, and I need to browser. Okay, I need to now change the positioning of me. And I have also incorporated this voltmeter. I have also incorporated this voltmeter to give me a digital display of how much power is left in the battery. Okay, good. Definitely need more space here. Okay, so let's go here. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. It is, you can see, it can operate between okay, so we can close that, so we can delete this. Oh, B, not V, because of Adobe. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. As you can see, it can operate between a voltage of this voltmeter to give me a digital display of how much power is left in the battery. Chosen to use Oh dang. Let's move this to here. What's that? 324. Okay, let's do this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. As you can see, it can operate between a voltage of 10 volts all the way up to 30 volts. And what is more interesting is that this particular panel has the ability to output 48 watts maximum. That's a lot of pauses, but that's good because the ability to output 48 watts maximum using both ports. Then gives me leeway to edit without having to redo, using both the USB-C power delivery port as well as the there we go. That is the gap. Close. As well as the USB-A port. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense to anyone who's watching. Is the shit. Did I mess up? I messed up. To provide, utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery. Oh, right. Didn't mess up as much. It's just I forgot to shift everything else over when we moved everything. Okay, good. And there are several other videos searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Given that most modern cameras can be powered from USB Type-C power delivery, my particular setup will utilize USB as opposed to using a DC to DC converter. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. As you can see, it can operate between a voltage of 10 volts all the way up to 30 volts. And what is more interesting is that this particular panel has the ability to output 48 watts maximum using both ports, using both the USB-C power delivery port as well as the USB-A port. Okay. And I have also incorporated this voltmeter. Oh, where is the voltmeter? And I have also incorporated this voltmeter to give me a digital display of how much power is left in the battery. Okay, so... Ooh. Did you use the wheel? No, the wheel was sitting next to me. Okay, this is the 3D model I have created in Tinkercad, and I haven't used it in a while, only because with the way that I'm currently operating now, with filming a small segment and then editing and then filming a small segment, it's just too much of a hassle for me to keep moving the panel off and on the table. So yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be doing long edits, then yeah, I'll probably be using that speed editor keyboard. Excuse me. All right, let's see. Okay, this is the 3D monitor. I started and stopped so many times. This is a 3D model I have developed in Tinkercad.
The _Aussie_cheese rated my stream with 5 viewers.
It's not easy being this cheesy. It's big and it's cheesy. Welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for the raid. Hopefully, Aussie Cheese has devoured that delicious food that has been showing on stream. Hopefully, you have recovered from yesterday's hot pot as well. So, yeah. Welcome on in, everyone. For those who aren't aware, my name is Mitmat. I am also currently here in Darwin, Northern Territory as a Twitch streamer. I primarily do Twitch streams involving technology, and most of the technology is to do with IRL streaming. So yeah, welcome on in. If you want to know more or if you have any questions, please ask away. No problems there. You're in Thailand? Nice. How long are you in Thailand for? And also welcome on into the rest of the raiders. Thank you for tuning in. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. How long are you going to be in Thailand for? Nice. And you're just streaming directly to Twitch, yeah? Using the Twitch app? Or using the DJI Mima app? Nice. Nice. Currently working on a video of editing DJI, nice, of me creating another power source to provide power to my camera for long form, for longer run times. So for those who are Australian, you will know this brand. This is a Zito battery, which can be found in all Bunnings hardware stores. So what I have developed is a 3D printed backplate, which will accept a Zito power tool battery and essentially convert it into a USB Type-C power bank. So the intention, the intention is to whack this onto a camera rig. If I can get it on there, son of a bitch. Whack it onto a camera rig, and it will provide long runtime power. The reason why I'm using Izito is because it is cheap. So for those who are more budget orientated, they now have somewhat of an ability to utilize a cheap battery for essentially a longer runtime. Makita. How much is a Makita battery? An equivalent Makita battery. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. A Makita. Okay, let's go. Makita 4 amp hour battery. So I'm only using 18 volt for the Izito brands. Okay, so from Total Tools, a genuine Makita 4 amp hour battery is $199 for an 18 volt 4 amp hour battery. Now, for a same capacity battery but different brand, this is $69. Okay. Now, the only reason I'm developing this type of a plate is so that I can utilize these batteries across the board, not just for power tools. I can now utilize it for rigging up and powering a camera or any other devices that require USB power. So that is what I guess my purpose is for developing this particular backplate, is to utilize otherwise power tool batteries for other purposes other than power tools. But yes, Kingpin, welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. But yeah, if you have any other questions or if you have any other suggestions, you can join my Discord if you want. It's ! Discord. Boom. Okay. Yes. At the present moment, I haven't actually done a full runtime test yet. I've been lazy. I've been incredibly lazy. So I will do a comparison between using the original inbuilt battery or the original battery that came with the camera in comparison to using a power tool battery as well. Other things that I've worked on, at least for today, is this this abomination. So here we have a DJI Pocket 3 camera. Here we have a encoder, which converts the USB webcam output from the DJI Pocket 3, and it converts it into a HDMI. And then that then gets sent to this HDMI transmitter. So what this will allow me to do is I'm able to receive a HDMI video from the Pocket 3 because it doesn't output HDMI. So with this rig, I'm able to receive a HDMI output wirelessly, like 50 meters away, 50 meters away, wirelessly, and at the same time, I'm able to use an app which connects to the encoder, which can control the pan, tilt, and zoom of the DJI Pocket 3. So essentially, this isn't going to be used for IRL. This was constructed to be used for live streaming productions in the sense of weddings, funerals, TED Talk style productions, where this can be placed in a location and it can be remotely operated in the absence of an actual camera operator in tight areas. So yeah, having like a person with a camera with a tripod in a location where space is very precious, this might be the way to go. So yeah, here we have a battery. Again, I haven't actually tested this out in a real world environment, so I don't actually know how long this thing would last for. But the great thing is, this particular battery, it's a dual-sided MPF adapter. This can be charged via USB-C while it's also outputting power to the transmitter and to this plate, which is then providing power to the encoder, which then is providing power to the Pocket 3. So this is what I have been working on in terms of a small production PTZ style camera. Now, the reason, as opposed to purchasing, say, a dedicated PTZ device, such as an OBSBot tail or OBSBot tail Air, is that all of these components I can use in a different production. So rather than being tied down to one unit, I now have the ability to now use the Pocket 3 for something else. I now have the ability to use the HDMI wireless transmitter for something else. I now have the ability to use the video encoder for something else. So all these parts are modular and not tied down for one use case only. So that is what I have been doing. Oh, Lord Grimm, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so very appreciate it. Thank you very much. So yes, if you have any questions or if you have any suggestions or ideas or anything, ask away, or you can join the Discord. So yeah, and yeah, it might get a bit too technical over the top sometimes. So yes, I have been developing quite a few IRL kits which utilizes the DJI Pocket 3, and Aussie Cheese has seen some of that equipment in PAX last year. We ran into him. It's strange because I ran into Aussie Cheese 4 times while I was in PAX. One, literally as soon as I got off, not even on the airplane, we caught up with each other while at the Southern Cross station at the depot, at the bus depot. They are cheaper too. Yes, the Pocket 3 is now being cheap. Oh yeah, it is cheap now. So yeah, now that the Pocket 4 has been released, I don't know the validity of how good or bad the Pocket 4 is for IRL streaming. So I need to look and watch other people's video when they do decide to come out with it, because right now it's all questions no one has the answer to. So yeah. $8.59 for the bundle creator pack. Ooh, yeah. But that for the Pocket 3, yeah. I think you can Pocket 3. Wait, you're in Thailand. So you might be able to buy it at duty free for even cheaper. Yeah, you might be able to buy it for duty free for even cheaper, and then register for DJI Care. for like a year or 2 years, and that is worldwide. Was 1200 when you bought it? Yeah. I've only bought the standard DJI kit, the standard DJI Pocket 3 camera. So, but when I bought it, I waited for like a sale. So I think my first one I bought from the Good Guys when they had a 15% off sale of everything except Apple and shit. So at the time it was $760 for the standard model, and I believe I bought it for, so I managed to buy it brand new at the time for $650 at the time. This was probably in June last year. Let's see. And then I had what did I have? I've also had credit. I had bonus credit within the Good Guys, so I was able to knock that off down even further to like $600 at the time. So yeah. I was lucky enough to wait for those sales to happen. DJI refresh. Dang, I don't even know where I bought it. When I bought it. Yeah, I can't remember the price. But yeah, nah. Pocket 3 is currently on sale, I believe. So cheapest I'm seeing right now is about $647, and that is directly from Harvey Norman. For the creator combo from Harvey Norman, I'm seeing it priced at $819 for the Pocket 3 creator combo. JB Hi-Fi is selling the standard Pocket 3 for $679. So yeah, I'm gonna wait a few more weeks or months, at least for when the DJI Pocket 4 Pro gets released, and then see what new features are part of that particular configuration. But yeah, anyways, thank you Cheese for raiding, and if you need to go raid and run, considering you're in Thailand, by all means go right ahead, and hope you have a wonderful stay. Okay, someone's exhaust is just on the fritz. Wait. 2 more days in Thailand, back to Malay for 6 days, then home. Ooh. So you might be able to get some stuff for cheap in Malaysia. So you might be able to get a Pocket 4 if you wanted to. No pressure. 647 on Amazon. Yes, Amazon Australia. Yeah. And then Harvey Norman has 6407 as well. Yeah. So everything's been brought down now that the Pocket 4 has been released. But yeah. Thank you again. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's continue on with so right now I am also editing a video to explain the creation and method of why I decided to build a battery plate for a power tool battery to use for camera rigging, mainly for long form running, long form power running. All right. All right, let's continue on. So I'm currently in DaVinci Resolve, and I'm currently in the process of editing. where was I? Give a button to click. Back. Okay. This is a 3D printed model. No, not printed. Okay, there we go. Yep, I know where we are, so I can delete all of that. And I stuffed up. Okay, so we can delete that. We can skimmy here. This is a 3D model I have developed in Tinkercad, and it's designed to house all the components needed for this. Yes, I do a lot of pause because sometimes I don't remember what I'm actually trying to talk about, and I haven't given it a name, so that was kind of mental blank there. For this power tool battery supply. Power tool battery supply. Okay, let's go back here. I have designed this to be able to mount the, and it's designed. Okay, that was a new one. Here, I have designed this to be able to mount the voltmeter, as well as the USB-C and USB Type-A surface panel mount, as well as the Ozito battery mount. I have also inserted holes onto the base of this model to house the 15mm rods, to house the 15mm rail, to house the rail that, there we go. Okay, I said 3 wrong things. This model to house the 50. This model to have this model. Okay, to house. That is the name. Oh, the name. To house onto the holes. Okay, so let's try and get this done. On holes onto the base of this model to house the rail that can mount onto 15mm rods. Okay, done. And then we can delete that one. We can now go back to the front here. I have designed this to be able to mount the voltmeter, as well as the USB-C and USB Type-A surface panel mount, as well as the Ozito battery mount. Okay, let's go here. We can delete that. That's a massive gap. We can, so I'm just deleting all the pauses and the ums and ahs. So it makes it a bit more voltmeter, as a bit more of a quicker explanation and a bit snappy instead of having to wait. Meter, as well as the USB-C and USB Type-A surface panel mount. And boom, 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 mount, as well as the Ozito needed for this power tool battery supply. Okay, we can delete that. Okay, hopefully this is enough of an explanation. This is a 3D model I have developed in Tinkercad, and it's designed to house all the components needed for this power tool battery supply. I have designed this to be able to mount the voltmeter, as well as the USB-C and USB Type-A surface panel mount, as well as the Ozito battery mount. I have also inserted holes onto the base of this model to house the rail that can mount onto 15mm rods. Okay, so we've gone through the rigging. So now this is the rig, and there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. My particular setup is the voltage range that using both the USB, and I have also incorporated this voltmeter to, this is a 3D model. I would advise to try and purchase this T10. Okay, so this is here we have a USB assembly and now installation and USB Type A. Ooh, why is that so loud? Let's now install the top panel. Okay, so now, all right, so I've done all I can currently for the video editing. So I now need to do actual testing of the single battery, that is the official Sony battery that came with the camera, and then using the USB dummy and the Azito battery and running it off USB. Okay, so here, and there are to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories. This particular project isn't something new. The oldest video I have searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Given that most modern cameras can be powered from USB Type-C power delivery, my particular setup will utilize USB as opposed to using... Ooh, okay, I can cut that down. I can definitely cut that down. As opposed to using a DC to DC converter. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. And I have also incorporated this voltmeter. This is a 3D model I have developed in Tinkercad, and it's designed to house all the components needed for this power tool battery supply. Okay, we can probably remove that beginning section. Okay, so here we have a few products from the skin for the, and that other does the drill itself. This here is the Azito USB power source skin. Now let's pop it open. Here we have a torque bit. This is T. I'm just using a flat screwdriver and just wedge board. So this is what the plate and a. Here are all the parts for. Okay, so I need to split this up into chapters. So this would be assembly, wiring, no, parts. Okay, what this is, another USB power bank. That's essentially what this is. If you okay, I have installed the mounting plate to the 3D printed rig, and just a quick test. We will now slide this battery into this rig, and we have solid contact, and now we will eject and eject. What this is, another USB power bank. That's essentially what this is. If you break it all down, is utilizing a drill battery and converting it into a power bank using these USB Type-C and USB Type-A ports. Okay, we will now crimp the positive, or I've installed a power tool battery. Ooh, okay, so this video is going to be quite long, in depth. It has no real purpose except for just the reason and why. Oh, so the capacity of this particular battery is 4 amp hours, but this brand can sell a battery double that capacity, 8 amp hours, I believe. Oh, actually, let me look. Azito 18 volt battery maximum, 8 amp hours. Yep. So the maximum capacity that this particular brand battery currently has is 8 amp hours. So yeah, so I think it is then, if it's 8 amp hours, then it will be 144 watts. I think, maybe. Yeah. But the price of an amp hour 8 amp hour battery, the price is $180. It's not amp. No, it's not. Definitely not. So, yeah. And one interesting thing that I think might be interesting is if, say, you had to fly to a different state here in Australia, and I can't take my batteries with me, okay? Or at least not the... I might be able to take 2 V-mount batteries with me. And in some filming gigs, 2 V-mounts may not be enough, right? So what I'm thinking is fly down with the 2 or the 1 battery with me, and then while I'm there, buy the power tool batteries, right? And then when I'm done using them, sell them. It's easier to sell drill battery or power tool batteries than a V-mount battery, because not a lot of people know what a V-mount battery is. There's more people who knows about power tool batteries. So you can, even if you sell them for half, you're getting something back. And you might be able to treat it as maybe you rented those batteries, as opposed to having to pay for the weight, the luggage, and then having to be within the constriction of battery capacity. And it's a lot cheaper to buy power tool batteries than to buy a V-mount battery. So I think that might be a benefit, is to use a power tool battery that a lot more people know and might have the ability to sell off before you leave. Otherwise, hang on, let's see. Okay, let's go Australia. Can power tool batteries be transported by truck, by road? Postage. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. So it says that you can't fly them, you can't send them by air, so you have to have them road only. So if you can't sell them, you can just ship it back to you via road postage, right? Not air postage, but road postage. So yeah. Even if you can't sell them, send it back to yourself. Back here in Darwin. And then just you have a lot more batteries to use now. Oh. Yeah. So, okay, what is battery type? Up to 100 watt hours. Cameras, mobile phones, iPads, laptops, electric shaver. Installed in equipment? Yes. Packed alongside? No. So, domestic road? Yes. Must have Australian Post road transport only. Okay, domestic. Okay, that's fine. So at least the post office does allow that to be sent via road. So yeah, that is quite a possibility to have. Yes. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look here. This particular project, what can we write as a title? History? It's been done before. Yep, you know what? It's fine. Let's bring that like that. So now this is the rig using a power tool battery to provide power to the camera as well as any other accessories via USB. All right, that is a very weird intro, but you know what? Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. Okay, here we go. It's been done before. It's true. This particular project isn't something new. The oldest video I have searched for on YouTube is about 14 years old. And there are several other videos which utilizes the same principles of using a power tool battery to provide power to a camera rig. Okay. Ooh. What's different with my setup? All right, let's, dang it, I forgot about the top ones. Okay, let's go here, let's bring this to here, let's zoom in. This seems very very rushed putting together. Oh, that's a question, right? Or is that a question? What's different with my setup? Or is that like a statement? Okay, one more. All right, let's have a look now. Provide power to a camera rig. A camera rig. Given that most modern cameras can from USB to C power delivery, my particular setup will utilize USB as opposed to using a DC to DC converter. Okay, so I don't need a space there. I can literally jump straight into this. Yep, I can jump straight into this. And then DC converter. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel you know what? Yeah, no, let's keep it like that. One of the reasons I have chosen to use this particular USB-C panel is the voltage range that this panel can operate. It can operate between, as well as the USB-A port. And I have also incorporated this voltmeter to give me a digital display of how much power is left in the battery. Okay, so I can do that, do this, and do this. This will train the battery transition to darkness. Now I can add a title here, 3D model. Of the housing. Dang it. Okay, so that is that. This is a 3D model I have developed in Tinkercad, and it's designed to house all the components needed for this power tool onto the base of this model to house the rail that can mount onto 50mm rods. What's this one now? Title. Paste. Ozito. USB power source skin. Actually, no, Ozito tools. Yeah, we've gone. Yeah, we went through the reasoning. Okay, so here we have a few products from the Ozito brand. Here we have a battery, which is the 4-amp battery range. Now the reason is the ability to remove this particular adapter plate from this skin. So all you need to do is remove 4 of these bolts, pin adapter. Neither does the drill itself. Oh, okay. So this is the tool. Okay, so this is Ozito items. Okay, which one to get? Yes, okay, cool. That makes sense. This here is the Okay, so this is now the Ozito USB power source disassemble. Huh? Yes. Oh, yep, I need to make another. Okay, undo, copy, paste. Let's go. Do so at your own risk. Take no responsibility. Okay, let's bring you down. Okay, so this one we need to go higher, and then this one. Okay, that's good enough. Do so at your own risk. I take no responsibility for any damages you may incur. DJ Reminisce, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. It has been a while. I've been lurking in your streams, so hope you're doing well, man. Why are you up? It's a Wednesday or Thursday for you. Why are you up? Jesus. You okay? What's up? All good? Bold. I'm just working on a video. Oh yeah, how did that go last time? I did tune in. I don't know if you were streaming on, because you were streaming on both Twitch and Facebook. I think I watched the Twitch version. So yeah, how did it go the last time? Do so. Okay, yeah, I need to bring this up here. You were into traveling the country first Saturday of the month. Nice, nice. Lots of entries. Yes, yes. You mentioned it before, and I can't remember if you were to get a few systems up and running to just to capture everyone, or at least capture the top 4. So, yeah. Wow, man, that's pretty good. When's the last tournament? Because you do it every 2 weeks, right? Or is it every week? Shit, I don't remember, eh? Or is it every month? November. Wow. April. That's quite a long time, man. Every month. Okay. Damn, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Every month, eh? The USB power source skin. Now, let's pop it open. Okay, let's have a look here. All right, so the hardest thing is the live streams. Oh, wow. Okay. In what sense? The gear or the actual live stream to push out to both Facebook and Twitch and YouTube and or wherever else you push it to? Okay. You have to make new overlays for each tournament, different setups and cameras, etc. Oh, wow. So there's no, at least in terms of equipment, there's no standardized equipment, like 3 cameras here and all that stuff, or is it different every time? Jesus. Okay. Okay. Different every time? Damn. That's crazy. Here are all the parts for the... Yeah, that's crazy, man. 15mm rails. Different every time. That's insane. So I take it that okay, let me get this down. Some assembly required. Some Avenger type shit. Assemble. Yeah, JPR, currently editing now. What you saw before was me filming, and now I'm editing. I'm doing it on the fly. So I would film a segment, edit it, and if I'm missing something, I'll film to add more. Or if it's fine, I'll move on to the next segment, record, edit, chop up. If there's something missing, I'll record, whack it back in, edit, and then continue on. You have 12 Street Fighter setups. You have to video capture every setup for the live stream. Hang on. 12. So you're feeding... Is it just the setups? You're not having cameras at the players as well, or no? You might use 2 video capture cards and a switcher box on both. Okay. Ooh, okay, so... Yeah, so you have 12 Street Fighter setups. So you need 12 inputs. But you're not... Okay, so you have 2 inputs coming in from each console, or each setup. One console and one is camera player angle. Are you then feeding all that onto one screen? Or is... So you're setting up, so... Okay, wow. So each input then gets fed. Ah, okay, I see. And it's all via HDMI, or at least. So the console with pass-through. So you need a device that has pass-through console. And then you need... Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the logistics of it all. Because the ultimate endpoint is setting everything to one OBS. And I guess you have very limited equipment as well. Okay. Twelve setups. So you can switch between 12 consoles on the live stream. Okay. All at the same time, I guess. But each console will need to have a camera of the players being sent as well. Okay, so because I have a video switcher. I have a few video switchers. So if you're able to mix that at the console and then send the output straight to OBS, what's the space? What's the longest distance? Into a switcher box, and then 12 cameras into a switcher box. So do all 12 screens have to be on OBS at the same time, or are you okay with switching in between? I'm just thinking logistically the easiest way to get it done. Just switching. Okay, so you're not having like 12 all 12 at the same time. Okay. That makes things easier. That makes things a lot easier. But to send a console plus a camera to OBS and 12 of them, I don't even know if OBS is able to, or at least your machine is able to handle 12 separate capture devices. So then, yeah, that is tricky. The only thing I can think of, at least just for a standard 12, is probably using a ATEM, but the ATEM video hub. But that's more like production level type routing. But that in itself is pretty expensive to begin with. So 10, 20, $3,500. Jesus. But what switcher box are you thinking about? Because I can't think of a like a matrix, HDMI matrix. If you send it to the switcher box, then you'll be switching on the switcher box itself. And I don't know if some switcher boxes have instantaneous switching between the channels. Sometimes there's like a second delay. You click channel 2, then there'll be a second of black, and then the output will be sent. You got a 6 input switcher box. Okay. 6 inputs. 6. So, okay. So if you have a 6 input box and you have 2 of them, you're able to then get 12 video signals into. And then the output of the first 6 will be HDMI into OBS via a capture device. And then the second 6 will be through the secondary HDMI input on OBS. So then you'll have 2 captures and that will feed into 6. So it's doable, but I'm just thinking how you're able to also incorporate video of the players themselves at the same time. Wow. Okay. Yep. So I'm just thinking how you can do that without getting over the top exorbitant money. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to think from a logistics point of view how you are able to get essentially 24 signals other than getting one of those high-end production video hubs. Let's see, HDMI video hub 12. Let's see. $12 by $12 video router and synchronizer. Let's see if this makes sense. Does this make sense? "12 in, 12 out." That's more okay. Yeah, I might be thinking too high end. So a video just matrix distribution. So 4x4, 8 input. That's even expensive. 8 port splitter. Oh wait, 16 way Ultra HD. Let's have a look. 16 way. Regenerate each, allowing further travel. That may not be it. Matrix switcher. Okay, so you have 2 6s. Damn, 16 by 16. That's already 4K. Crazy. So what is a budget-friendly? I wouldn't say splitter, switcher. It doesn't require instantaneous switching. It just needs to change channels. So it's not like an actual vision mixer. 4-way Concord switcher. I'll probably have to look at this later on and see the best way to do it. Okay, that's not it. Let's go. This is a 16-way extender. Because it's always interesting to look at a logistical problem and trying to figure out the best and most efficient way to solve it. Something sort of thinking outside of the box. But that being said, one of the questions I wanted to ask is, in this particular type of tournament, what is the furthest distance the furthest console is from, say, your mixer or your switcher? Because that would determine whether or not you need to also purchase other equipment to extend the HDMI signal. After about 5 meters, the HDMI signal gets a bit degraded. Okay, 10 meters. Then you might be able to get away with it. Yeah, you might be able to get away with 10 meters with just pure HDMI cabling. But it's recommended not to go over 5 meters. So signal drops, and then the likelihood of interference is more higher over that length of cable. So, okay, what I don't know what the terminology is, because I've also had an idea of trying to get multiple screen captures and feed it into one system and then switch between. So there's a game called Artemis Spaceship Bridge Simulator, and each bridge has about 6 or 7 members. The idea is to screen capture each of the individual members of the ship, as well as getting a video capture of their face, like from a webcam. But I was trying to incorporate too much at the same time, so I might, yeah. And that was one idea that I had in the past. So I do kind of want to try and figure out a good way. Figure out a good way to try and incorporate at least 12 signals to feed into one video switcher, where if it was through OBS or through other means. But yeah, no, that's interesting. That's very interesting to see. So yeah, I know and at least on a budget, because what's the point of trying to screen capture a game that won't have the high quality resolution of gameplay? So yeah. Ooh, has it overheated or anything like that, or it's been pretty chill? Okay, so what you could do, that might end up costing too much. Been flawless, nice. And are you, with your type of setup, are you streaming everything from your main house or location, or are you sending it to a multi-streamer like Restream and then sending it out? Because remember you talking about you having like a gigabit upload. I'm like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Yeah. Crazy. So all right, let me ponder on this more and see if there is a more efficient way to get this done at a cheap rate. Well, at a cost-effective way. Because there's expensive, but you know, everything's a budget. You're taking your mainstream Mac on tour and then to Restream. Oh, nice. And then from Restream out to all your destinations, right? Because I don't know how well internet on tour might be unless you have a dedicated hookup at your locations. So, yeah. Okay, I'm very interested in looking at this and seeing how the ins and outs of how to get something like this up and running in a very budget friendly way. So yeah, because everything that I'm seeing right now that I can think of is unfortunately at least it's over 2K, $2,000, and that's just bare minimum. So that's, and then the higher you go, it's more expensive. So it's just like, wow. But having a more budget friendly option, I think, is key. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how some of these things are listed. And I need to find the correct terminology as well. So HDMI matrix is the key, I think, is the terminology. There's an 8 input, but that increases it so much. 1 in, 8 out. Nope. 4x4. Jesus. Okay. There was one 16. God damn. Okay. God damn. A 16x16 matrix. Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at it and try and let you know. God damn, some of this stuff is just like insane. $1,000? You like how you can switch to your phone or Moblin and you can move around the venue and show the setups and then switch back to the Mac for Street Fighter. Yeah. It's seamless now, so it's pretty good. Technology, man. Matrix. $16 inputs 16 outputs matrix switching. And this is all HDMI based as well. I don't know if this particular setup has a way to manipulate the scenes. That's why you're taking Stream Mac portable, powerful and portable. Yeah, nice. 16 by 16. 16 in, 16 out, with the ability to switch between each channel. So these, I wonder if you can bring up 4 on 1, or maybe a picture in picture, but then you will need, damn, okay. So distribute any 16 HDMI sources to any 16 HDMI displays. That might be too much. But the good thing is everything here is HDMI. Some of the other brands, they're using SDI. So then you'll need to get converters to convert it back to HDMI. So this is all straight up HDMI. Okay. It does have remote control, but I don't know. Brown Spade, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. All right. I don't think they have too much, but yeah. I'll definitely have a look and see for sure. All right, man. Yeah. For sure. Interesting. Good luck, bro. Damn. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you got this. 12 consoles plus 12 cameras. 24 inputs split over a 6 matrix. Ooh, my brain. It is mind-boggling for 3 a.m. Yeah, okay. You win. Okay. So it really depends on your budget too, and sizing, because some of these gear is quite big. Now that you have to add cabling and shit like that, and routing as well. So let's see. Because a Blackmagic switcher, which is 8 maximum, at least for the budget-friendly one, is already $1,500. So that's too much. That's too much for you to use or to utilize. So, interesting. That's very interesting because I don't see it. Huh. All right, let's have a look. All right, man. No worries. No worries. If we can do 8, Matrix 8, at a reasonable price, then I think that might work out best. Ooh, Amazon. $500 for an 8 in, 8 out matrix. Ooh. Amazon, I think the last time I checked, had some matrix switches as well. Let's have a look. There's a 4x4, 4x2, 8x8, 4x2, 4x4, 4x4, 4x2, 8x8. What's that? No, that's KVM. 4x4, 4x4. Seamless. Okay, that's probably the name. 8x8 seamless. That's just for 8. 8x8 video wall seamless as well. I wonder if there's a 6. 8x8, 8x8, 4x2, 6x2. And it's priced. It's priced pretty reasonable as well. 4x2, 2x2, 6x2, 4x1, 4x4. Okay, so with this one, how do you switch it then? I don't see a remote, so how do you switch it? Real-time connection. All right, let's continue on with DaVinci. All right, where are we? So we talked about the components. All right, and let's now some assembly required. Okay, the first insert it through this, and just a quick test. We will now slide what this is. Another USB all the parts for the rig. In the sensor, we have a 3D printed design to encompass all these parts. Here we have a voltmeter display. Here we have a USB Type-C and a USB power board. Here we have a simple on-off switch. Here is the Azito plate with the 2 soldered wires. And on the bottom is a 15mm rails. Okay. What this? All right. So this is literally just me circle. Switch everything. Install the battery. And for this USB Type-C. What's this part now? Let's now attach the. I've installed this. All right, let's do one. And in the battery. Okay, that is the entire thing is one. For this USB Type voltmeter display. Okay, this is copy, paste. Okay, so that's some assembly required. This is now rigging. Okay, now we can install the battery plate to a camera cage using the 15mm. Okay, we have a bunch here. I now have a dummy battery which suits into this particular camera that can be run off USB type A. Bottle battery, which is the dummy battery of this camera. Okay, now let's copy, paste, runtime. Okay, so that has been done. So we're at 144. That's 13 minutes, 12 minutes already of the video. Jesus, it's really going to be a long. Is the voltage range that this as well in is because in. Now let's. Right, we have. Let's USB voltmeter. So now, okay, all right, saving. I'll be back.
I think my health test was when I changed her diet, which was really, really healthy. Are you okay? Wake up!
No, I'm
You weren't kidding about that still be here.
Rotate. We've got line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the bellow box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off. Two. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual. Ooh, okay. I think I might call it a night. It's 12:30. Not much more I can do, at least in terms of this particular video project, because the final bit I need to do is actually carry out a run time of using the battery and the camera itself. And last time I did a test, I did it in the room, and I think I got about 4 hours from the battery. But I think I also connected a HDMI transmission system as well, which would have drained the battery faster. So the idea is to have the camera record in 1080p 30 outside, pointing it in a direction where there's some movement. I'll also turn on the back screen so it's active, and then I might get another camera to record the back screen. so that when the primary camera shuts off, the back camera is still recording. So that will be connected to mains power and just continue recording. Yeah, I think that might be the best way to get it done, is to do it that way. That way then there is proof that the camera did last that long. Now, unfortunately, when using a dummy battery power supply, once the external battery depletes, it will literally turn off the camera and any recording won't be saved. Unfortunately, because it's not a original Sony camera, where if it detects a low voltage or low power, it will stop its recording and then power down. But because it's an external power source, it's just going to shut off without going through the steps of stopping the recording and saving it. So yeah, there's that type of potential for loss if you're not careful of how much battery is left. So I will stop the stream for tonight, and yeah. Okay, let's have a look and see. Ooh, brother, ooh. All right. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in today. It certainly has been a while since I've been streaming, so I might try and continue streaming. I'll definitely do some streaming tomorrow. There is the Mindle Beach markets, or today, there is the Mindle Beach markets that will be open, so I might come there to watch the fireworks, as well as maybe have a gyros and some other treats. Thank you, Monkey. Welcome, and thank you forever. Yeah. Let's thank you to Aussie Cheese for the raid earlier tonight. Thanks DJ Reminisce, Weekman, Doro as well. Yes, Doro. Believe it or not. Thank you Kingpin for tuning in as well. JPR, WT. And yes, I will try and continue to do more streaming. Now that the dry season's here, there's a lot more things to do outdoors as well. So definitely more IRL streaming. So yeah, I hope everyone has a great day and or great night, great morning, wherever you may be. And thank you for tuning in. And as always, blesses. And I will see everyone later. Peace.
You didn't say the magic word. You didn't say the magic word.
I knew you'd say that.